Ladies and gentlemen, I call this meeting of the Somerville City Council to order. Please note that pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law and the governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, as well as Mayor Curtatoni's declaration of emergency dated March 15, 2020. This meeting of the City Council will be conducted via remote participation. We will post an audio recording, audio-video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of these proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting on the City of Somerville website and local cable access government channels. Now please rise for a prayer and pledge of allegiance.
Mr. President, let's begin this meeting with a prayer. God, grant this City Council the serenity to accept the things that cannot be changed, the courage to change the things that can be changed, and the wisdom to know the difference. And now let's join in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated and please call the roll.
This is roll call. Councilor Klingon.
I'm present.
Councilor Mba.
Present.
Councilor White.
Here.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Here.
Councilor Strezzo.
Present.
Councilor Niedergang.
Here.
Councilor Davis.
Here.
Councilor Scott.
Present.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Here.
Councilor Rossetti.
Present.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Here.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors are present. We have a quorum.
All right, do we have any moments of silence? I have Councilor Davis, Councilor Ballantyne, Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I apologize having significant technical challenges this evening. I would like to request a moment of silence for Leah Zalman, who was a constituent, lived with her husband and two young boys on Loudon Street and was killed crossing a crosswalk on Kidder Ave last week. There have been an amazing number of tributes, written remembrances and eulogies of Leah's life over the past week, and nothing that I could say tonight could possibly do justice to all of those. But I hope that folks will take a look if you haven't already. She truly led a remarkable life, and the remembrances that we've seen this week just really reflect that and reflect how much of an impact she had on the people with whom she interacted. I wanted to just read a brief passage from a letter that came from the CEO of Cambridge Health Alliance, because it's about the most succinct bit of all of the wonderful tributes that I read this week. This was to their colleagues. As a primary care physician at the East Cambridge Care Center, director of the research at the Institute for Community Health, and an assistant professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, she truly lived the ideals at the heart of our mission as an academic community healthcare system. Leah was part of the CHA Gold Innovation Fellowship Program, a recipient of the CHA Academic Council Award in 2018, and one of the initial co-directors of the Provider Engagement Steering Committee. And then he goes on to say, Leah touched the lives of so many of us across CHA. Her passion, warmth, and commitment were unmatched, and she will be deeply missed. The work that Leah did in healthcare, and specifically as it relates to and impacts immigrant communities in Somerville and Massachusetts and beyond, was is the kind of thing that I think when anybody looked back on their life, they would have to be proud of. It's such important work, and it's the type of value that drives so many of us to make the world a little bit better for people that don't have the same privileges that many of us do. And she clearly was dedicated to that, and it was reflected in both her work professionally and her impact in the community. Again, there really just aren't, I can't come up with the appropriate words to convey my heartbreak and sadness this week. And I know that is felt by her family and all of the friends and people she touched so tremendously. So I request that she be remembered, and our condolences go out to her family. Thank you, Mr. President.
The entire council would like to sign on to this. Councilor Ballantyne. Councilor Ballantyne. We'll go to Councilor Niedergang while we wait.
Thank you. Oh, there she is.
Oh, you there, Councilor Ballantyne?
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. So this evening, I'd like to remember Frank DeFranzo of Conwell Ave near North Street. His daughter Kathy shared these words with me and asked that it would be very healing for their family if I could share them with you. So she said, my father, Frank DeFranzo, was born in Somerville in 1936. He attended the local schools and churches. In 1954, he proudly graduated from Somerville High School. Then he went on to Wentworth College. In 1957, the DeFranzo family moved from East Somerville to Conwell Ave. With his father, Frank Sr., Kathy says, my father started running Bill's Food Shop. It's a neighborhood convenience store at the corner of Conwell and Hillsdale Road. In 1955, Frank served in the Army National Guard. He started as a private, was promoted to a corporal, and then was promoted to a sergeant. He was honorably discharged, and in 1961, he married his wife, Rafaela, and she ran Bill's Food Shop with her husband, her new husband, and her new in-laws. The stores became a place for people to gather, get groceries, sweets, catch up with neighbors on the latest news, and make friends. Frank and Rafaela had 3 children, Frank, John, Catherine, who helped in the stores. Later years, the grandchildren, Michael, Allison, Christopher, Victoria, Alexandra would help as their parents did. Frank would make frequent stops to Davis Square for business purposes. He used to go to Kendall Confections in Cambridge to keep the candy case full. The refrigerator had been stocked with local products from Hood Milk as well. Frank attended church at St. Agnes every week. He applied Christian values by allowing customers to run a tab. In 2017, Frank marked 60 years of running Bill's Food Shop. Frequently, we asked him about retiring. His hard work ethic and dedication to the community did not allow him to do so. He wanted to, or his last wishes were just to continue running the business, shovel snow, and spend his last moments in his home in Somerville. A number of his neighbors have also wanted me to express with you all that Frank and Rafaela are our community family. A number of neighbors have shared this sentiment. They enjoyed serving the community, were dedicated to one another, always took time to talk with their customers, their friends. It saddened them all, and it surprised them too when they heard of his passing on November 5th. We will miss Frank terribly, and we will keep him in our memories.
Councilor
The second,
sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. So the second remembrance I have is Well, since the beginning of this COVID pandemic, our community has lost 47 of our community residents. They were the mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, aunts and uncles, and our neighbors to many who mourn their passing. My heartfelt condolences to all the family and friends of these loved ones. Thank you.
Councilor Davis would like to sign on to that last one, and Councilor Needigang and Rossetti.
Mr. President, do I have the
Yes.
floor?
You have the floor, Councilor Needigang.
I would like to remember Mario Davila, who is the husband of Sarah Davila, who works for the Somerville Public Schools as the district administrator for programs, multilingual learner education, family and community partnerships. Sarah Davila has been a tremendously important and impactful leader in the Somerville Public Schools for over 20 years and has made enormous contributions to improving our public schools. Her husband, Mario, died suddenly in his sleep on Thursday night, November 5th. While I never met him and he was not a member of the Somerville community, Sarah has been for a long time, and Mario led an important and interesting life. And I want to read a little bit about him. He was a loving husband, father, grandfather, son, brother, and friend to many. He was born in El Salvador. He became a dedicated human rights activist as a teenager there. He was a catalyst in organizing support for popular movements, as well as international accompaniment for the repopulation of villages and towns in El Salvador that were ravaged by bombings. Mario fought for peace with justice. The horrors of the war and the price so many paid with their deaths lived in Mario with sorrow and motivation to continue. Mario found refuge in his family's home in Cambridge and is in the hearts and loving memory of Sarah, Nadia, and Andrew, and other family members. Thank you.
Councilor White and Davis would like to sign on, and Rossetti. And Councilor Rossetti, you have the floor.
Mr. President, thank you. I also asked if we could please keep in memory for this evening's meeting Tony McDade, Anthony Patrick McDade, known as Tony. He passed away on November 8th at the age of 81. He was a lifelong resident of Somerville, having grown up on Dane Street with his siblings. He married the late Margaret Kennedy McDade, his loving wife of 58 years, and he was father to Timothy, Katie is one of our members of our police department, Matthew, his wife Stacy, and the late Kelly McDade. He also found great joy as being papa to his 6 grandchildren. Tony was a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. He joined in 1955 at the ripe age of 17. That was one of the most proudest endeavors of his life. He was also a proud member of the Somerville Fire Department and retiring in 1981. Many people in the community were devastated to learn of his loss. He always brought a smile to those who knew him. He always had the huge smile with the dark sunglasses, and he cracked many a joke. Memories on Dane and Beacon Streets, and his kindness and optimism and zest for life were evident by many who had the pleasure to befriend him. So I ask, please, Mr. President and colleagues, that we keep Tony in our memory and his family this evening. Thank you.
Councilor Bust, Scott, White, and Clenningham would like to sign on, and Councilor Scott has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Councilor Rossetti for this. I'd just like to add, it's hard to overstate his contributions and his care for this city, and it was not more evident than when a lifelong resident of Ward 2 passed away with no available next of kin. The care and diligence with which Tony McDade reached out and helped to gather the stories and the memories and the people, in some cases, several steps removed, to remember her passing. So his care for the people of the city just cannot be overstated, and it's an incredible loss. My thoughts are absolutely with the Day family. Thank you.
The entire council would like to sign on to this. Do we have any further moments of silence? Seeing no further moments of silence, I've just observed that 3 of the people who passed away are veterans, and yesterday was Veterans Day. So I'd like to dedicate a moment of silence to my brothers and sisters in service who passed away both in service and afterwards. We will keep you all in our thoughts. If there's no other moments of silence, please rise for a moment of silence. Please be seated. Mr. Clerk, please read the next item.
Mr. President, next item is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of October 8th.
This item is laid on the table for approval. Now, before we get into things, there are a number of items that people would like to take out of order and without objection from the council. We'd like to take item number 15 out of order, followed by item number 97, which is a mayor's presentation on the schools, items 38 and 39, which are appropriations for schools. And then we're going to take items 25 and 23 out of order, which are executive session items. Do any councilors have any other items that they would like to take out of order? Hearing no more further requests and no objections, Mr. Clerk, please, let's start with item number 15.
Mr. President, item number 15 is an order submitted by Councilor Strezzo, McLaughlin, and Ballantyne that this council undergo diversity, gender, racial, and cultural sensitivity training once per term, beginning in January 2021, which may be administered by the Personnel Department or a consultant.
Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I submitted this order with the inspiration from some of the committee meetings I've been attending. And I think that while we're working on equity within the city, that this is an important step forward as well. And as a woman and as the newest council member, I think that it is an important decision, and we can do this in-house through the personnel department. And I'm urging the council and you, Mr. President, that we get moving on this as soon as possible. And I put the date as January 2021. Thank you.
Councilor Rossetti, and Councilor Davis would like to sign on. Councilor Rossetti, you have the floor.
Mr. President, thank you. I'm pleased to see this here, but I'm surprised by the presentation of it. I guess my conversation with my colleague, Councilor Strezzo, last week hit a tone with her, because I let her know that I had asked you, Mr. President, to arrange for these types of counseling for myself and my colleagues. So it's interesting to see it placed in an order in the fashion it was, but I'm pleased that we will be moving in this direction as you and I spoke to last week. Thank you.
Councilor Klinger would like to sign on, and then Councilor Barr, and I'll turn it back to Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Councilor Rossetti, this is not a slight. This is not. This is the goal for us as a council to grow together and only benefit each from growing. This is not in any way. This is only set for positivity, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilor White would like to sign on, and then Councilor Barr, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilor Strezzo, for putting this forward. I'm really glad that this is gathering momentum. I remember Councilor Niedergen and Councilor Hirsch and myself, we drafted a full-blown resolution, about this, which is on file in this tremendous work being done by even a consultant right here in Arlington. You know, I'm glad that, you know, like this is coming back, you know, full blown, but we all, you know, have had several opportunities to do this. We turn a blind eye, but I'm glad that finally we are back. You know, we'll put that finger to the thumb or the thumb to the scale to get this moving. Thank you.
All right, with no further comment, I just have a few comments to make. Just to provide people with an update, I know people have requested information about the anti-racism training that we put in for. We placed many bids for that, and no contractor returned those bids, which may be a good thing because now we can address other issues as well. And we're asking for the city, the mayor's office to help us with this. And it seems like a lot of people know people in the consulting world. So if you know a consultant that you think would be interested in helping us with this, please talk to me about that afterwards. But I did want to address, and I wanted to take this item up first, because I wanted to talk about, just before we go into a possibly contentious meeting and meetings in the future, just the decorum of the city council itself. I've had a number of private conversations with people, and I feel like now I should have a public conversation with people and just first say that, you know, I'm very proud of the city council for being bold and being aggressive, but sometimes lines are crossed, and I will admit my own culpability in that. I think back on many times where I've treated people poorly, both professionally and personally. And in the moment felt completely justified because I was fighting for the right side and someone was in my way trying to do the right thing. And you realize after the fact that maybe you could have treated someone better and still accomplished what you were trying to do. So I try to reflect on those moments and grow and learn and try to treat people better. And I just wanted to put in people's heads today that, you know, there's a power dynamic. I talk about this with city staff sometimes. Where we are considered city staff, but we aren't held to the same rules as other people who work for the city. And sometimes it feels like we're the ones who don't have power because we can't get information or we can't get answers, and we feel stonewalled and feel completely justified in that frustration. And I don't want to tell anybody to not speak truth to power. I encourage people here to continue to speak truth to power. But just consider who has power in certain circumstances. If you're attacking someone who isn't capable of fighting back, then even if you feel like you're doing the right thing, you're probably the person who looks like the bad guy in that situation from an outside observer. Not everybody here who works for the city is here for our causes in particular. A lot of people are here just to work. They don't sign on to these meetings. They don't know what the city council does, and then they come to a city council meeting and they don't know the history of what we've been dealing with and why we're taking things like appointments and different issues like that more seriously. A lot of people are unaware of that history. So I just want to put that out to people, you know, just try to treat everybody fairly. This goes beyond race and gender, just equal treatment of people. And I felt like it's an important message, both because of what's happening here, but nationally. We have a new president who has a mandate of compromise and healing and bringing people together. And I think it's just a good time to, you know, follow our future president's footsteps and just be kinder to each other. So this item will be laid on the table for approval. And I look forward, hopefully we'll get this training going as soon as possible. And I ask the city people who are present to give us a hand in this. So this item is laid on the table for approval. And then we'll take up item number 97.
Mr. President, item number 97 is a request to the mayor requesting to appear before this council on November 12th to discuss the public school COVID-19 response and reopening plan.
All right, if no one has any objection, Councilor Klingon would like to sponsor Mayor Curtatone to speak. Hearing no objections, Mayor Curtatone, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to members of the council, I'm going to try to just get my, excuse me one second, my screen aligned here properly. Please I've only done this how many times? Give me a second. Okay. Well, thank you for you, Mr. President, members of the council. It's an honor to be among you this evening and for the public watching. I'm going to be presenting the approach to the opening schools as it relates particularly to items 38 and 39 that the council will be considering for disposition this evening. First, I just want to comment on your last comments, Mr. President, of the council, and rest assured, we're going to, you have my commitment to work with you to further that cause. And I appreciate the council's hard work. Having been a former member of the legislative body, the calls you have to answer, the constituents you serve as well, and our common cause to keep the community safe and fight for an equitable future for everyone. I truly respect that and inspired by everyone's work. So to be opening update, I first want to give you, I want to give you an update in terms of the status of COVID in the community. I'm sure you're all well aware what is happening given the changing virus patterns ahead around the nation, around the world, around the nation, in the Commonwealth, and here in our region in Somerville. Things are certainly getting worse. We have crossed the threshold of the doorway in terms of the resurgence. Has always been reported, and we've always stood by. It wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when and what would that resurgence look like. We are seeing deeply concerning increases in cases, again, nationally and around the state. I mean, nationally, I'm sure everyone's paying attention, but the United States surpassed 10.5 million cases and over 240,000 deaths. Massachusetts has 178,000 cases and more than 10,200 deaths. And Somerville, we have our share of deaths. 47 souls of our community have lost. For reference, in the state's original color-coded map, color-coded school reopening map, Governor Baker encouraged any school district with a daily average incident rate above 8 per 100,000 to stay close to in-person learning. Again, as of yesterday, the statewide daily average incident rate is over 20 cases per 100,000 residents. So this is certainly concerning, to say the least. Our healthcare system is increasingly strained as hospitalizations increase. I mean, the governor, everyone in this Commonwealth, this community, this council deserves a lot of credit to flatten out the curve, to maintain the stability of our healthcare system at the beginning of this crisis. But we are now trending in the wrong direction. Again, I mean, the good news, as we've been told by experts and has been reported, is that our healthcare professionals better understand how to treat COVID and save lives of those who become infected. We've done a better job. We're doing a better job of protecting our elderly and those with our most vulnerable conditions. And we see also a trend of younger people from the age of 18 to 50 with a shift in towards more infections there, so less than the higher, most vulnerable population. So there is a less of a strain in terms of dramatic, quick strain on the healthcare system. But we need to take action so that our healthcare system is not overwhelmed, so that everyone who needs treatment, whether it's COVID or some other ailment, can access that care and need. And really that responsibility is incumbent upon all of us. And although we have been proactive in protecting the health in our community, we just can't put up walls around Somerville to keep the virus out. I mean, we know this virus knows no boundaries or borders. Somerville is certainly not immune to the increases in positive cases that we are seeing around the world, the country and here in the Commonwealth. And this gives you a snapshot of where we are. A couple of notes that we see here. I mean, over 1,700 positive confirmed cases. You see the more than 120 positive probables. Now, probables, just as a note, typically stay stable because these individuals typically receive a PCR test to confirm that they have COVID and are then converted to the positive confirmed. And again, sadly, we've lost 47 beloved members' souls in our community, and that's something to remind ourselves of. We might all feel like, hey, we're done with COVID, we've had it. All this virus isn't done with us. People continue to become ill and very sick, and they die. What's important to keep in mind in terms of communities like Somerville, and these maps illustrated that cases across the city by month clearly demonstrate that the virus disproportionately impacts some areas more than others. And this is from March all the way through the spring and heading into the summer. and throughout the summer as we head into the fall months, you can see how and the iValuer shifts. And if you drew an overlay of our public housing or subsidized housing, or those in the lower level, the socioeconomic scale or environmental justice zones, you'll see a direct correlation. People who have poorer health outcomes than the rest of us are those who are suffering the most. And it's something to keep in mind as we think about who has bear the incredibly inequitable burden of this pandemic. I mean, not only, again, has the pandemic shined a glaring light on the inequities and injustices in our whole system, social system, but it's certainly taken its anger out on members, Black and brown people, immigrants, elderly, those with poor outcomes, who are getting sicker and die at higher rates than most of us here on this call. So given the state of the pandemic and what we know about how the virus spreads, the question is, how do we as a community, city, approach this challenge of safety and sustainability of reopening schools? So first, I want to be clear, you can imagine this is a complex crisis, and the scientific consensus and the emerging best practices are continually advancing and they're evolving. So our decisions are based not just on one source such as expert advisors, but rather on as we have referred to, a constellation of inputs that include experts, constant review of evolving research, the monitoring of new information, whether it's national reporting or information from nearby school districts, or collaboration with other officials, or even the review of official guidance from not just the CDC and US-based agencies, but also from other national governments and agencies evaluating and the evaluation of emerging best practices, and a lot more. I know we're obviously learning on the fly because we're learning from experience, good and bad, around the world. But as for the experts, we are really fortunate, and I've mentioned this in previous meetings, to be located in this area where some of the most respected national and international experts are located at our area institutions and universities. Some of them live in our community. At our behest, and a wide array of these practitioners have been providing insights and real-time analysis and perspectives to the coalition of regional municipalities that some of them convened from the very beginning of this crisis back in March to meet regularly to coordinate the regional response. And others have been advising, specifically advising Somerville directly. They have really helped us process the continual flow of new information. They've informed our policy making, and they've shared deep and critical insights at really every step of the crisis. And they've done this free of charge, in between consulting in some cases for organizations such as the WHO and the CDC, and even our own Governor Baker. And due to the failure of the White House and this president's response, we know this. I mean, too many states, cities, and towns are on their own. They're flying blind, but in Somerville, we're not. And we share this list, as I've done in the previous school committee meetings, for transparency, so you understand how we gained that insight and input to develop policy. Again, these experts are supporting our safety and our emergency response free of charge. They've been invaluable to us and to other cities and towns across the Commonwealth and the region. They don't make policy decisions, but they do provide critical help informing them based on current research. So the cities continue and work to evaluate the best evidence available about the virus. We continue to work again to evaluate this evidence about the virus and how to safely allow certain activities led us to develop a multi-pronged strategy to reopen schools. And it's also important to directly, however, when we think about reopening schools, that I really address the recent comments from Governor Baker and the Commissioner of Early and Secondary Education, Jeff Riley. So last week, you were probably aware that the governor and DESE's commissioner urged all school districts to reopen, claiming there is no evidence of transmission or positive individuals in schools. Let me be direct. This is misleading at the best. I want to note that DESE's last 2 reports dated November 4th and October 28th show a total of 355 positive students and 183 positive staff. Now remember, there is no screen testing in place, and many schools are closed to in-person learning or are operating hybrid models. And so they really don't know the extent of positive cases yet. We've seen hundreds occur, and this is happening around the world. But positive individuals will be in our schools, especially in high prevalence communities and regions, which is why it's important that we identify them as quickly as possible. Now, there is a strong body of research on COVID-19 showing that, for one, although children thankfully suffer from severe cases of COVID-19 at a much lower rate than older adults, they still catch and they still transmit the virus. It also shows that transmission happens readily in household settings. This has been widely reported, especially in crowded households, and it can originate from both children and adults, which you can imagine our concern. Imagine cases transmitting in schools and going back to one of our crowded multi-generational households, especially those in those heated areas of the city. And reopening schools, and noted, has been shown to significantly correlated with increasing transmission levels in communities. And that's important because you always have to keep the backdrop of the percent positivity in that community. We've been reminded about that from experts. And also, we know the minority and economic disadvantaged children and their families disproportionately bear the impacts of COVID-19. You've seen that here in Somerville. Remember the heat map. And testing and contact tracing and isolating positive cases is the most effective way to disrupt the transmission. Again, our goal is to continue to interrupt the transmission from person to person. But it's important to further note that the Commonwealth, our state, our governor readily admits that contact tracing, that case investigation to understand the origin of outbreaks or cases fails to identify the source of infections in at least 50% of the cases. So they're more than half the time they don't identify all the trace, all the contacts, or the cases' origins. And there's reason to believe their success rate is even lower than 50%. Because a good example is Germany, and we've had this conversation in a regional call today. Germany is seen as a global leader in contact tracing, but estimates it's only able to confidently identify the source of infection in 25% of the cases. So especially in this context, the absence of specific proof of transmission in schools of Massachusetts should not be confused with the proof of absence of transmission in schools. And this is a debate and an argument many of us are having directly with the governor and his administration. But when children and teachers are back in school in person, we all agree it is essential that we do everything we can to make sure that the environment is as safe as it can possibly be. And this really means putting in place a set of safety measures that all are coordinated and integrated and work together. First, ensuring measures like distancing and mask wearing and cohorting of students and regular cleaning. Second, because so many of the children are asymptomatic and because the state has failed to stand up testing in schools, we are flying blind. And the state has no plan on reopening schools. Our proposed testing program, which you've heard about, will allow us to quickly identify infected individuals, conduct the contact tracing that needs to be done, and identify individuals that need to be quarantined or need to be isolated. But it's also going to give us the data to make informed decisions about the level of safety in each school. And finally, and you'll hear from Rich Raish a little late when I'm done, we have to address the serious risk of indoor transmission. Because one of the most important things we can do to mitigate risk of transmission in our school buildings is to improve ventilation and air handling. We know that transmission is roughly 18 to 20 times more likely to occur indoor than outdoor. Now, even the CDC now publicly recognizes the role of aerosol transmission. And the CDC highlights 3 circumstances that lead to increased risk of aerosol transmission: enclosed spaces, prolonged exposure, and inadequate handling and ventilation. Because of the nature of in-person learning, it is unavoidable to have students and teachers in enclosed spaces for prolonged periods of time. So improved air handling and ventilation, in addition to masking and distancing, is really our best way to mitigate significant risk of indoor transmission. Frankly put, and I've said this before and I'm repeating tonight, and I know so many of you and all of you agree with this, we are not willing to gamble with people's lives. As has been stated to us when we've heard, well, you know, there are some schools that have been able to do it with fewer measures and so forth. Remember, the details matter. We're reminded of this all the time. The details matter. These measures are designed to work together to provide the safest possible way to reopen the schools for in-person learning. And we owe it to our children, the parents, the staff, the teachers, the community at large to achieve that. So I'm going to address a couple of the internal factors that we can influence, attempting to influence them. I'm going to go through these quickly. They've been presented at previous meetings. These baseline safety measures were established over the summer and they've been discussed at town halls in September and October. And we're moving quickly to make sure all these measures are in place. And these are some of the details we need to hit in order to set that safe environment. I want to also now give you a little closer look at testing, which is really important. The Board of Health has recently issued, you probably heard of this, a testing order that requires all K-12 schools in the community to submit a COVID-19 transmission prevention implementation plan to the board, and it requires an ongoing testing of the staff, the teachers, employees, and others providing ongoing services in school buildings. The link to the orders here, it's been presented before. We'll answer any questions, move on. That was passed on November 2nd. In order to, this outlines what you need to do in order to meet the Board of Health order. And again, the testing working group has recommended a school committee policy requiring that all students and staff be tested regularly and that receive the flu vaccine, providing with certain medical exemptions, and a transmission prevention implementation plan. Now, the following slides summarize the testing working group's recommendation, which is a key layer of mitigation for the school reopening plan. And I just want to state this again. Required COVID-19 testing is really our best strategy to keep students in school once instruction begins. We want to be able to quickly identify COVID positive individuals who are asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic to avoid spread, get onto contact tracing, case investigation on that, isolate and quarantine those who are positive or potentially positive, and again, rule out any COVID-19 for individuals who present those types of symptoms, allowing for earlier return to school. In developing the testing plan that we are adopting or recommending, we evaluate actually 23 testing options. I'm not going to go through all 23 this evening. I can provide that, Mr. President, for you to the council if you want them all, against certain criteria. A few of the criteria that were important to us were flexibility, and I mentioned this before in previous meetings, both for our testing partner and for the city school district. It's really important. We need the ability to adjust and adapt as we learn about the different and changing ways to deploy new testing protocols. Acceptability, we eliminated the option to include what we call the brain scraper swab. It's more the interior swab that we use in the lower end of the nostril. And rapid test results are also really important. And it helps us, just to help us look backwards and identify who has been infected. The partners we're going to be using we're using Ginkgo Bioworks for teacher baseline. They're effective and they're free. And that's really important. And we are using the partners for utilizing the new pool testing approach with Tufts University, Broad, and Cataldo. Baseline testing is crucial. It's going to allow us to identify infectious individuals before in-person classes begin. Screening is going to allow us to continue to maintain a safe environment over time and prevent undetected outbreaks. And symptomatic testing needs to happen on a different track and provide people with symptoms priority access to rapid turnaround individual tests. Again, Ginkgo is being used for the staff because they're offering free baseline testing for staff. That offer is not available for students. And testing frequencies could change over time as, again, we learn, we gather more information about the most effective testing programs, and even that type of technology is evolving. So what are the next steps? There's a recommended policy that's under consideration of the school committee now, and there is a COVID-19, again, transmission prevention implementation plan that's actually being having the final draft completed and be presented publicly at the school committee this coming November 16th. So as I've just spoken to and you've just seen, we're all aware we are entering into dangerous winter season that coronavirus experts around the world have been warning would come, especially now in this country. And we are not, some of us not immune to this threat. Our vigilance now, as we strive to control the virus's spread, is really perhaps more critical than ever before or any other point of the pandemic. But really at the same time, as we all know and agree, we have to provide our students with on-site learning, so critical to their education, well-being, and development. There's an immeasurable, at some point someone's going to do a study. Studies will be done to understand the other collateral consequence on our youth and what they've lost out in terms of learning. But with this strategic reopening efforts we bring before you today, the piece you're considering today, how it aligns with these other pieces, what we are seeking is to cut a path right through this pandemic. One that will allow us to open the schools as safely and really as sustainably as possible. So it is a path that focuses considerable resources in our schools because it has been our priority to help them better weather the expected worsening conditions in the region, in the community. Again, it's a path that strives to be both safe and to be sustainable. By safe, I think you can imagine what we mean is that we want to protect students, teachers, and the staff, and all their health, while also ensuring our children continue to learn and progress. And by sustainable, we mean that we want to be able to not just to open the schools, but to give us the tools and the opportunity to keep schools safely open. We want, as much as possible, to save parents, students, and the district the logistical nightmares and anxieties of not knowing from one day or week or to the next if schools will be open. But the safe and sustainable return to in-person school that we seek really requires the multi-pronged approach we ask you to join us in supporting. Every family and all school staff should know we've done all we can, everything we can to reduce the risk that their child or they themselves will become ill or bring the virus home from school to friends and family. But I do want to clarify and just make clear that no measure is feel safe with this virus. We too will surely see COVID-19 cases in our schools or possibly face a reclosure in the future. But I feel confident when I say some of us plan is to meaningfully reduce the risk and the overall risk of infection by deploying what we see as the best tools available in practice has shown to effectively combat the virus. We're really fortunate to live in a community in a region that is committed to working together to get to the other side of this thing. And the community is really fortunate that this council has supported and aided the city's emergency response every step of the way from the beginning. I am grateful. The community is grateful for that. So today, what we're asking you to do is continue that partnership as we take this next critical step of our emergency response. None of this work can be done alone. So I want to thank every member of this council for your consideration, your support, your vigilance, and your input along the way, not just on how we reopen schools, but other measures to combat COVID-19. I am going to hand off, Mr. President, to Rich Raish to take on the items directly related to 3899.
Quickly, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rossetti has a question for you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. President, through you. Thank you, Joe, for being here tonight. Appreciate the explanation and the presentation and the conversation with staff before the meeting. I asked staff, and I don't know if any decision's been made yet or if that's what Mr. Raish will be speaking to, but my question is, since we won't be opening all buildings, has there been decision yet made of how the students will get to their new schools?
Through you, Mr. President, and thank you to Councilor Rossetti. Madam Councilor, is this in reference to transportation?
Yes.
Okay. There is discussion going on, and I know Jeff Curley, yes, discussion is happening there, and Jeff Curley is on this, I believe he's on this Zoom meeting. I would defer to him if he's on to answer that.
Mr. President, if Mr. Curley's in your ability to allow him to speak, I'd like to know because thank you.
All right, thank you. Through you, Mr. President. So we are reaching out and calling all families eligible to return understand the transportation challenges that may be there for them. Special education is arranging transportation for all of their students, the high needs students that will be coming back in this first phase. We also transport about 300 English language students, and those are the two groups that will be prioritized for return.
So, Mr. President, through you, so to understand your answer then, the special ed students will receive transportation from Somerville, but the English language learners, you and your staff are reaching out to make sure those parents are aware their child will be temporarily going to a different school building, and if they need transportation, will there be some for them?
Yes, that's correct. I apologize if that wasn't clear. Both groups will be eligible for transportation.
Okay, and it's just these two groups to start out with the heading back to school.
That's right. Hopefully, as more buildings come online, we'll be able to have students going closer to their neighborhood school.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Strezzo?
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a question for Dr. Curley as well. Good evening to Mr. President, through you to Dr. Curley. With the reopening and the most highest of special needs students and ESL learners, what is exactly defined as high needs special ed students? I couldn't find the definition of what that is exactly.
Sure, through you, Mr. President. Christine Trevisoni, our Director of Special Ed, can speak to this more specifically, but there is a federal designation of high needs students. So this would include students in our life skills program, in SEEK and SHIP, students for whom particular special services are legally required and part of their IEPs. I can get you a list through President McLaughlin if you'd like of those particular programs, if that would be useful.
Yes, it would. And do you know what the number, I missed this, the number of exact students in the first round that you're estimating will be returning first?
Yes, it's approximately 200 special education high needs students, and then around 350 English language students.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any more questions before we turn it over to Mr. Raish? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you see my screen? The screen that has a presentation on it?
Yes, we can see you and the screen.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So while this is the first time we are speaking directly to the council about this, I think it's worthwhile to note that this has been very publicly known how we've been progressing, both in terms of the testing and the distancing and the buildings. We've had 4 very well attended school town halls, and we've been briefing the school committee essentially on a weekly basis since the summer. Many counselors have heard that we were generating a report on the buildings, and we have finally finished the technical content of that to a point where we can post it, and it has been posted on the Back to School website. It was also emailed to all the members of the council and had been sent to a number of individuals who had asked for it along the way. So our third external factor is the building ventilation. The process that we followed was one that we had to design ourselves. As Mayor Curtatone mentioned, there was no direct guidance from the federal or state government on how to do this. So this was something that we had to determine how to navigate ourselves. Starting in June, we reached out to a consultant, Fitzmyer and Tochi, who are known to us, who have done a lot of ventilation and building mechanic work in the healthcare sector. So we figured they had some very relevant expertise that we could leverage. Starting in July, we went through all of the school buildings and identified COVID risk transmission potential. We also looked at all of the building systems and identified measures that could be put into place to reduce that transmission risk. At that point, we were able to group the buildings into two sort of categories. One, buildings that could not meet the thresholds that we established for reducing transmission risk, and those that presumptively could. That led us to some space planning and then continue more in-depth investigation on the buildings that could. Again, that in-depth investigation was able to allow us to group the buildings a little bit further and do some more space planning. And that then brings us to the point where we are right now, where we're ready to begin implementation of those building improvements. So what we did, because we investigated all of our school buildings and not just the buildings, we looked at each space in each building individually.
Hey, Rich, if I could cut you off real quick, I have a request from someone to expand your thing into full screen.
Hold on.
It looks like we have multiple screens here.
See that? That's what is that better?
No, Mr. President,
Looks like
if I
you got a
may,
few panels going. I'm not sure if that's what you mean. I meant to have.
Rich, you have to press slideshow. I don't know if you've done that.
Yeah, I've got two monitors going. I think that's my problem. Can you see? You should be.
We can see the deck. It's just hard to read the text. There it
That's
is.
better. There you go.
There we go.
Thank you.
Apologies for that. I thought I was sharing the presentation screen and not my working screen. Okay. Thanks for, Mr. President, thanks for the interruption. So because we evaluated all of the spaces in each one of the buildings, we needed a sort of way to handle all of that data, and we established a scoring system on 1 to 4. 1 being low risk and consistent with ASHRAE guidelines. And again, we were in a position where the federal government, one would think that the CDC would take the lead on this, but did not. And so ASHRAE is a professional association that deals with air handling and provides guidelines for building use and building design. So we wanted to get as close to those ASHRAE guidelines as possible, 1 being to have attainment, 4 being highest risk, essentially no air handling, allowing concentration of aerosols. So again, as I said, the first step was to triage the buildings and estimate which buildings could and could not achieve those standards. Not surprisingly, our oldest buildings in the Somerville Public School stock did not currently attain those thresholds. They were all rated as high risk. More importantly, in looking at those systems, any improvements that could be put into those buildings would not put us into that low risk category. These are essentially old buildings that don't have centralized air handling systems. So the Brown, the Edgerly, which is currently housing some CTE programs, career technical education programs, and Next Wave Full Circle during high school construction. And not surprisingly, the old high school, most of which is set to be demolished, some of it is going to be mothballed temporarily, also did not meet those thresholds. So with that, we then worked between the technical team and Somerville Public Schools on the space planning. Obviously, with the old high school, the Edgerly and the Brown coming offline as a sort of unavailable real estate, those students would need alternate spaces in the buildings that can accommodate our standards. It should be noted that we are now starting a citywide building investigation, sort of long-term space planning. It was originally thought to begin with the renovation of the 1895 building, but the scope of that was citywide, and we're now focusing citywide on how to bring our municipal buildings up to a safe standard. The Brown and the Edgerly will be folded into that. So we're starting that, and we'll be looking at what to do, particularly with the Brown, in the coming year. For our near-term effort, the buildings that can meet the standards that we want, we looked at, really started to refine what needed to be done in each one of those buildings to attain the thresholds. And it's important to know that for these buildings with centralized systems, we really could only do the work on a per building basis. It's not feasible to do it in some rooms, but not in other, to deliver, say, for example, the special needs classrooms or the ELL classrooms in a bunch of different buildings. We really need to do it on a building by building basis. So we worked with SPS on how we could deliver the buildings and they could occupy the buildings. And this did, of course, obviously with Brown School being entirely displaced and buildings coming online at different times, and the fact that Somerville Public Schools has a phased return to hybrid approach based on student needs, this does mean that this building that a student left last year is not necessarily the building that he or she will be entering once we return to the hybrid in-person plan. Now, the Group 1 schools are the schools that physically are the ones that we can do the modifications to the fastest. The Argenziano, the Capuano, and the West. The systems in those schools are just the ones that we can modify quickly and get these buildings online the fastest. And they're also the buildings that SPS evaluated could accommodate the phase 2 and phase 3 students most readily. Very closely thereafter are the Group 2 schools, the East Somerville and the high school mods. Those were obviously brought on for construction of the high school. We have the capability to extend that lease, and we are extending that lease because we want that classroom real estate. It affords us about 16 and a half classrooms, which is very valuable real estate. So the East is slightly more difficult to renovate than the Argenziano and the West, but can still attain a low risk category. The Group 3 schools are, again, more complicated to do. The Kennedy had been renovated in the 90s, and the Winter Hill dates back to the 70s. Those ones are just a little bit more difficult to do and will lag behind the others. Now, it should be noted that the new high school, we did not need to change the plan for the new high school at all. We evaluated the systems that were designed with the package that we were building, and they would receive the low risk score as designed. I think it's important to note that that building is designed, whilst we weren't seeking LEED certification for that, just because we weren't seeking LEED certification, it was essentially designed to those standards. Our design goal for that building was to have a modern, healthy building for our teachers and students. And so the systems that we're talking about retrofitting into the other schools are essentially the systems that we're building into this new healthy school. So what we're talking about, even outside of a COVID-19 world, is bringing our other building stock that we can up to that same sort of healthy building standard that we have at the high school. This then gives us our phased implementation plan and our phased occupancy plan. Argenziano, Capuano, and West coming online first, starting in early December, phasing in the phases 2 and 3 students from Somerville Public Schools, which is special ed and ELL, as well as the pre-K and K. When the new high school turns over, we will similarly be bringing in ELL and special needs high school students into that space, and also focusing on Next Wave Full Circle, and indeed the career technical education seniors who really need the shop time for per their educational plan. That starts in early January. By mid to late January, we believe we can have the high school mods in the East Somerville online. And the East Somerville is focused mostly on grades 1 and 2, which is phase 3B. We'll be phasing in the subsequent grades as other real estate comes online. We're firming up the picture right now on when we can deliver Healy, Kennedy, and Winter Hill. Optimistically, we could get that in February. I think it's more realistic that those buildings are pushed more into March and possibly even April for the Winter Hill, which is particularly tricky. We'll be giving that implementation schedule to Somerville Public School. We're hoping next week so that they can flesh out all of the plan for 3 through 12. So there will be more information on that forthcoming from Somerville Public Schools. In terms of what exactly we're talking about, these buildings, now there is a little bit of variability. Each building has multiple air handling units, and there's logistical challenges to surmount. But in general, what we're trying to do is increase the outside air percentage, increase the filtration from MERV 8 to a higher, shooting for MERV 13 or 14, or MERV 11 being the minimum we'll accept. MERV is a rating on how much the filter filters out down to microns. MERV 8 gets down to about 3 microns. MERV 13 gets down to 0.0 or 0.3 microns. So the filtration helps reduce the aerosols and has a great benefit for even allergens. So again, what we'd be doing with this sort of thing is making more healthy buildings that have benefits beyond COVID to just sort of respiratory, asthma, allergies, making a more healthy environment. Particularly for the virus transmission, we're adding inline UV disinfection units on most of these air handling and inline humidification. Interestingly enough, there's a proportionality between transmission and humidity. Sort of intuitively why during the winter dry months here in New England, we have higher flu rates. As the humidity goes down, viral transmission goes up. So we're adding in humidification units to keep the humidity up. This, of course, are new systems. So there are also some electrical and plumbing system upgrades that need to be done in these buildings. And then we rebalance and recommission the systems. Everything works differently once we have different pressures on these. We basically have to recommission the buildings, and all of that's in scope. There are some rooms or some areas that aren't directly on the centralized system. So we are mobilizing a large number of portable HEPA filters, portable humidifiers. It's important to understand that the nurses' stations and the wellness rooms are special cases. These are areas where we will have presumptive positive cases. So we want to remove those rooms from the centralized air handling systems and provide new exhaust vents for those areas up through the roof and up higher than the roof, so that that exhaust air doesn't get retaken back into the building or discharged where anyone might be near it. We're also implementing a monitoring plan. As a space is occupied and people breathe and exhale carbon dioxide, if you're not having air turnover, that carbon dioxide will build up. If these systems are operating the way we want them to, we're circulating that air, moving the carbon dioxide out. So if we see carbon dioxide rising, we know the system isn't working the way that we want it to, and we have to go in and modify the system. So we're mobilizing that as an ongoing monitoring system. So why are we coming to you for the immediate consideration on this? This is obviously something that we never like to put the council in this position. We would always prefer for something like this to go through the normal committee process and have a meeting to have that discussion. But because we are in an accelerated project delivery to get these buildings online as quickly as possible to resume in-person education, and because we're essentially responding to a pandemic, we did get permission from the state to follow an emergency procurement process. Under a traditional process, what we would have done is go through all of these buildings with the engineers, make plans and specifications for the buildings. The engineers would give us a cost estimate. We would then come to the council with that cost estimate, go through the committee process while the engineers are putting together the bid package. Luckily, you know, that timeline is usually about the same in 3 to 4 weeks, which then we get the council authorization, we have the bid documents ready to go, and we go out to bid and then get a contractor. With the emergency procurement process, all of that is condensed. We follow good business practices. We reached out to a number of contractors that we know are qualified to do this work, and importantly, do it in the public sector. And you know, got their interest. We had a number of contractors come on board. Some dropped out over the course of the investigations, but we essentially walked the buildings with those contractors, discussed the scope of work. We did it multiple times because questions would come up. We would need to answer those questions and make sure that all the contractors got the same information, because we still are under a Massachusetts procurement process, and we need to make sure that there's equal footing and all of the contractors have equal information. But by virtue of that more collaborative process, we then get their quotes. So rather than a cost estimate from an engineer, we actually have a hard quote and are in the position, once we have that hard quote in hand, to award the contract, which is exactly what we want and need to do in this instance. So 2 weeks ago, we did not have a very good cost estimate. Last week, we had our cost estimate in hand, and we are also now in position this week to sign contracts and get the work going, which is why we're here under immediate consideration for this funding. So where do we stand? Group 1 and Group 2, the quotes have been fully reviewed, and we are ready to award those contracts immediately. And again, we need to proceed immediately to achieve our occupancy dates. Group 3, the quotes are received. We're doing a final check on those. There was quite a learning curve on Group 1, and now that we got over that learning curve, things are going very quickly, and I anticipate being able to award the Group 3 buildings next week. Now, through this process, we have quotes in hand, so we know what the budget is. Now, again, as with any construction project, and as we just were discussing with, say, the West Branch Library, there's always a chance for unforeseen conditions, and given the speed with which we've gone through this, you know, there is a likelihood that there will be unforeseen conditions. So this budget that I'm presenting tonight has a 20% contingency built into it for our $7.5 million overall budget. If we are wildly lucky and we don't encounter unforeseen conditions, then we simply won't spend that money, and that money will remain in the respective stabilization fund. If we're outrageously unlucky and we have to go over, we will be in the position where we'll have to come back for some more money. So of that 7.5, we earmarked $3 million from the CARES Act. It's important to know that the CARES Act has a lot of strings attached. Not everything that the city would like to spend CARES money on is eligible. The state has to approve any CARES money spent out, and this was an approved expense. Moreover, given our past timeline on this, we estimate that we can spend $3 million of this by December 31st. There is a fair enough amount of this money that will be spent after December 31st in the calendar 2021. And so that additional money, which is what we're asking for right now, $3 million from the COVID-19 Stabilization Fund, which is agenda item 39, and $1.5 million from the Facility Construction and Renovation Stabilization Fund, agenda item number 40. So that was a lot of information. I'm very happy to answer some questions. As you know, we also have Dr. Jeff Curley from Somerville Public Schools. We also have, I believe, Drs. Green and Crespin from the school committee to answer questions on policy side. And Director Doug Kress from Health and Human Services is also here if there are additional questions about testing or help. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right, do we have any questions from the council? We got Councilor Ballantyne and then Councilor Rossetti.
Thank you for that presentation. You know, it was very good. I have been at I think 3 of the school committee meetings, so I am familiar with this. So I would like to say that I support it. I think the fact that the goal is to develop well, first of all, to make all our buildings healthy, and the best technology that's available today is important, whether there's COVID there, you know, currently or not. It helps certainly children with any kinds of allergies. So I support it for that. I also support it for the idea that there's a goal of a resiliency plan, that you're trying to avoid opening and closing and opening and reopening and closing the schools. So I do support it. I have a couple of financial questions, so I'm happy to wait and talk to Mr. Bean about it at the end if my colleagues have anything to ask Mr. Ray. Should I go on, Mr. President?
You could speak if you like, Councilor Ballantyne. I do have several people who have questions as well, so I don't know if they're for Mr. Raish or Mr. Bean.
Okay, so just so I'll step back because Mr. Raish is here, and I'll come back and ask Mr. Bean some questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Councilor Rossetti.
Mr. President, through you to our colleagues on school committee, either Andre Green or Ms. Krepshin, I'd like to know if negotiations are complete with the Somerville Teachers Association. Are they on board with this this suggestion here?
Councilor Green, I see your face. So, yes, school committee member Green.
Through you, Mr. President. Negotiations with the union are ongoing. We have made agreements about things like sick leave when they return, but some of the details of the hybrid plan remain to be negotiated.
So may I continue, Mr. President, through you to School Committeeman Green? Is there an anticipated timeline goal of anticipated vote by the STA? If you know, if the city wants to move forward in getting these buildings ready for, I thought it was December, that that time is drawing near.
Yes, it is. And we have no intentions of pulling one of those last minute. We're not doing it, so we will make a decision on that date or not before then. We are currently meeting with the SEU. They've recently changed their name to now the Somerville Educators Union. So SEU weekly, we have asked for the last 3 weeks in a row. We've asked them to increase that to twice a week. They have so far refused to do so. We are aware of the pressing nature of this. The negotiations are ongoing. Anything more than that would be inappropriate for me to say.
Okay, I know it's sensitive, being in the middle of negotiation. I don't want it to cross that line. Okay, I'm going to do some reflection and listen to my colleagues. Thank you.
We got Councilor Baugh and then Councilor Ewan-Campen. Councilor Baugh, you there? Councilor Ewan-Campen, while we wait for Councilor Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'll just have a brief statement to make and then 2 quick questions. You know, I've been thinking about, first of all, let me say just an enormous thank you to everybody who has been working so hard on this, the administration, the school committee, all the parents, educators. So I've been back physically at work at my day job for the last few months, and I've thought a lot about why I've felt safe doing that and why, you know, my wife has felt safe allowing me to go to work. And it's because we have a well-ventilated building where I work, and we have access to testing. You know, I think that getting students back in school is, without question, should be our top priority throughout all of this. And it has to be done safely for students and their families, and for all of the adults that work in the building. So, you know, I'm incredibly grateful for the work that's gone into this. I know, I think I know how hard it's been. So the two questions that I've gotten most consistently, and I know the school committee has handled the vast majority of these questions, but the first is, I think, for Director Raish, is it actually realistic that the first part of this work can get done by the beginning of December?
Thank you. Through the President, Ward 3 Councilor. It is extremely, we're working very quickly to get that, which is also the reason why the Argenziano is the first on our list. For just the way the Argenziano was designed, it very nearly meets our threshold as it is. And there's only a few things that we need to do to get that building to where we want it to be to allow the students in. The work plan does have us continuing to work on that building once occupied. A lot of the work that we're doing will be, you know, not in the classrooms, will be in the mechanical rooms, so it can be done at the same time as it's occupied to further drive the risk score on that one down and improve air quality. So that is our plan for that. And sort of the corollary to that is, you know, that the East, which is a bigger building and was built in a different era. Interestingly enough, the Argenziano is older than the East, but the East was newer and was built as a very efficient building in terms of energy demand, which means that's a more difficult building to tackle. So we didn't quite have that flexibility with the East that we did with the Argenziano, which is why we picked that one as the first one. So there's a lot of work to do, but I'm confident in our phase plan as we've laid it out.
Well, you know, I guess all I would say is we are counting on all of you. You know, I think that we all wish that we could have safely reopened schools months ago. Obviously, I know that you wish that too. So I know that you're aware of this, and you know, I'm hopeful that the work can be done as quickly as possible. So the other question I've received a lot, and is that I've heard from a number of residents who are experts in the field of infectious disease, basically, who have felt at times that their expertise has not necessarily been taken advantage of by Somerville, and that at times the communication between the parent community and the administration has not been as you know, seamless as some folks would have liked. And again, I have not been in the room for any of this, so I'm not casting aspersions. This is just something that I've heard repeatedly. So I guess, you know, what I want to voice here is just going forward, to the extent that it is possible, given how complex all of this is, and that those voices and honestly all the voices of our community that are feeling like they don't know how these decisions are being made, and, you know, is there expertise that we're not taking advantage of? I want to urge the administration to do everything that they can to keep those channels open and to take advantage of all the wisdom in this community.
Mr. President, may I just comment?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, and thank you to Councilor Ewan Campbell. First, I failed to mention, because I didn't go into pool testing. Councilor Ewan Campbell was a lead advocate on pool testing a while back, and we thank him for his emphasis on that and inspiration. I do agree, and I'm very much aware. You know, we're not perfect on this, and we do commit to that. We'll look for new ways and continue ways to expand engagement and get people involved. I'm very much aware that what happens in sort of the bubble that we're in and operating in the incident command structure and internally work with the schools is happening so fast. But for those who are outside, in this case, parents and others, a day can seem like a week or months, not knowing. And we have tried and reached out to many of those, so many of those parents and advocates and experts. We have actually heard them and considered things they were saying. So moving forward, we will continue to do that and try to double down on that. I appreciate those comments. Thanks.
You all set, Councilor Uncampbell?
Yes, sir.
All right, we got Councilor Ball. Are you back?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
You have the floor.
Issues here. So, yeah, no, I just want to thank you, for the opportunity. Also thank the administration and Director Rich, even for your time that we spent together prior to this meeting, for answering some of my concerns and questions. I guess as I had a network issue, Councilor Uncampbell decided to take over, stole my thunder. But I just want to, first, during the mayor's presentation, I saw like a group of expertise, I think on slide 5 or 6. And so my major concern, like Director Rich, I already mentioned this to you. I also, want to ask formally, like not even like to encourage, like how many, like community experts do we have, because we had a council meeting, like a few weeks ago where we heard from these community experts. So I want to know, how many of these community experts, especially, like, I don't need to like the female ones, who are also like really interested in reopening metrics and testing. So how many do we have, as part of your command system? Like, this is not directly to the mayor, since, you had a slide that had these experts from these different communities. Can you speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor? Yep.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm slow. I'm slower on GoTo than I am Zoom. I apologize. If I understand the question as to which experts are members of our community, did I understand that correctly? I'm sorry.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
So I would probably defer to, if it's all right, Omar Bukili's on it. He's been engaged with members of our community. I've heard from so many of them individually. As head of the ICE Incident Command staff, Omar and the team and others have engaged with them. He could outline specifically to answer that question. Omar, would you mind?
Just looking for him right now.
I think he's on the call. I apologize if he's not on.
Yeah. And why we wait on him? There
he is.
Okay, Lord Mayor, the reason why we brought this forward, when we had this meeting, we all are proponents of, community-based solutions. We cannot have, experts in our community and not include them in the decision-making process. So, Oman, take it away.
So I understand, and I told you I better understand the question. I apologize. We're not excluding people from the community. We make clear. We're doing this quick. And I fully admit that this is fast. I can't even describe the speed. I mean, it looks like fast internally. And from the outside looking in, it can be frustrating because it seems the pandemic's moving fast and sometimes decisions aren't. They are. And we have not limited ourselves from experts. Now, members of the community may not be formally on this. We're here in the community, but we are trying to garner the greatest amount of input for the greatest swath of experts. Some of it's directly, some of it is in a setting, and I know because the beginning of the pandemic, I know Councilman McLaughlin joined in some of those meetings, or we've had those experts participate in a city council meeting or two. They'll answer direct questions about challenges or uncertainties around how we're addressing the pandemic. So our structure, the panel lectures you've seen, not all of them are in a formal structure. Some of them have participated in one or several of those direct meetings with us or conversations, and we'll continue to expand on that. So we're not dismissing anyone from the community. I can rest assured on that. As I committed, and I'll commit to you, and I committed to everyone at Council Ewan-Campen, we'll look for additional ways to expand and engage on that engagement. We just, there are cases where we have disagreement how to approach it, and some may say and have said, we think you don't have, this is going overboard. You know, maybe why do we have to spend so much money? It's a fair and valid point. Is it necessary to spend those resources on the school buildings? Is it necessary to do the amount or any pool testing? And there are these arguments not just happening here in Somerville, but in arguments between municipal leaders like myself and school leaders like Mary Skipper and the governor and his administration. And we just, our approach based on all the expertise that's informed our policy making, we take that input, but we all make policy. We believe this is the most prudent way to safely create an environment for teachers and students to return, again, cutting a path to this pandemic so not only we can reopen, but sustain that reopening. I'd submit that a lot of the conversation we're hearing some of the individuals you're referring to doesn't agree with that. We respect it, and we still take those comments and that input to formulate our policy. We don't dismiss it. So moving forward, we will continue to reach out and engage with folks and seek their input, whether they agree with us or not. So that list was more illustrative of who's involved with this. We've had more direct and engaged conversation with experts like Dr. Sam Scalpino, who I believe has spoken with the council in a meeting with us. And then I'll hand off to Omar to, I don't know if he wants to add to what I'm saying. Thank you, Council.
Sure, Lord Mayor.
All right, and I see we got Mr. Bukili. Do you have anything to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify a couple of components. The incident command system or the emergency response is a city operation. And so from the get-go, that was focused on operationally responding to the pandemic. On the school reopening working group or task force, the big one, and Dr. Curley can expand on it, there are multiple individuals from the community who are involved in that group, that big outfit. On the testing side, the testing working group, we made sure not only to work in tandem with the school district, but we also had a parent involved. So like the mayor said, we try to gather as much information as we can. It may not look it from the outside, but it's an extremely fast-moving environment. What the mayor presented and what Mr. Reich presented earlier has been in the making or have been making for months now. And so I can understand how there is a certain amount of frustration in the sense that people don't feel like we may have taken into account their feedback. But rest assured, we've heard it, we've considered it, and we've taken into account in the formulation of the recommendations that you have in front of you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Bukili and Mr. Mayor. I mean, just, like, so you know, I'll be supporting the request, but I just want to underscore the fact that these community experts are at the front lines, of our evolving understanding of how community and school-based spread occurs. So I'm glad to see how you guys keep forging ahead and try to incorporate these voices. And, I hope this can happen swiftly and the kids can return back to school in a safe manner. Thank you, Mr. President.
We got Councilor Scott and then Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief because quite frankly, I'm confident that these both have the votes they need to pass. And I am supporting them. I've done my homework and been engaged quite frequently with city staff and with Director Raich, trying to get more transparency and information to make sure that we're in a good position to approve this, or that I feel like I'm in a good position to vote in favor of this. I'm glad to see that the transparency continues to advance. I'm glad to see increased transparency into the Fitzmyer toxic study, for example. As we make these decisions, ultimately these policy decisions do express our priorities. And reiterating something I said in a school committee meeting recently, my concern around equity makes it very difficult without more information to explain why the Somerville isn't. prioritized when the difference that we see is only a very small fraction of a 1 to 4 scale. So I'm glad to hear again also that the transportation planning for those families that are going to have to go farther, especially from our most impacted communities, are being thought about and are being taken into account here. So I know it's difficult. I know everybody's working very hard, and happy to support this evening. I just urge the administration, as always, to continue to look beyond what's easiest or even most expedient in the moment as we make these decisions. Equity isn't always easy, nor the most affordable choice to make, but it's an important one. And I know that Somerville's teachers are looking very closely, and Somerville's families are looking very closely at our actions. All of my other concerns about reopening largely relate to policy as it interacts with the Somerville Teachers Association, and I very much appreciate my colleague at large, Councilor Rossetti, for voicing some of those concerns. I'll continue to advocate for those, but as regards this particular appropriation, this is fundamentally an engineering appropriation to create better and healthier buildings that'll serve this community for generations. So I'm happy to vote in favor of them tonight. Thank you, sir.
All right, we have Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I want to first thank the school committee for the hard work they're doing on this. They're really in a tough position. I've spoken at length with my counterpart in Ward 5, Laura Patone, quite a few times over the last couple of months. There have been a couple of waves of emails, very thoughtful, detailed, knowledgeable emails that I've received from parents expressing alarm about this over the last couple of months. It seemed that there were some lack or failures of communication that generated those. The emails were detailed and thoughtful. I read them carefully. They were very convincing, and they cast doubt on the administration's plan. And I made up a list of questions which I shared with Mr. Raich and discussed them with him. And all of the questions that I had, which were mostly based on concerns that parents expressed, parents with professional background and knowledge that I don't have, all of those questions have been answered. So I am overall at this point quite impressed with the administration's plan to reopen the schools. And so I will be supporting the funding request. Thank you.
Do we have any other comments before Councilor Ballantyne has some questions for Mr. Bean? Hearing no comments, Councilor Ballantyne, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, to Mr. Bean, could you share what the decision, or why the decision was made to take money from the stabilization funds and the building funds opposed to taking a bond? Your sound is not working.
My apologies to you, Mr. President, to Councilor Ballantyne. First of all, it's important to note, as I think Mr. Raich stated, that unfortunately the Municipal CARES Act expires on December 30th. So the problem we face is that we have to spend down the money by December 30th. It's not a question of what we contract for with these contractors or encumber, but it has to be money out the door. And if we had our druthers, of course, we'd spend more than the $3 million off of the CARE funds to do that. There's an impasse in Washington, as you all know. There's no further stimulus act that has been voted. So the challenge we face now is we do have to bridge ourselves to a point where we hope that Washington comes in with some more funds. And I don't expect that to happen probably no earlier than sometime in the spring. So hence we need the 7.5. So it's $3 million off of the CARES Act, which we'll of course spend first, and then go to those stabilization funds. And we need to vote these hopefully this evening so we can sign these contracts. In terms of why wouldn't we borrow the $4.5 million. Well, borrowing the $4.5 million really is a payout of $7.3 million with interest over the 30-year life. And certainly as you know, Councilor Ballantyne, from our discussions, we have significant debt on the city's books at this particular point in time. And we just recently made some serious appropriations for the West Branch Library in excess of what we had originally budgeted for on the bonding, as well as the Conway Park remediation. So we're trying to, where we can do this with cash, we want to do so to keep our bonding down. Now, though that the state has allowed the CARES funds to be used for these HVAC improvements in the schools, they do not allow that for the municipal buildings. So down the line, as Mr. Raich had noted, if we bring the municipal buildings up to similar standards, we're going to have to borrow for that, and that's going to be very, very, very significant. So our hope here is that we do get some more federal funding down the line. Our free cash, we have record free cash this particular year, which there will be a series of appropriations that are in front of you for the next few meetings in terms of our ability to replenish this COVID stabilization fund, because we're still going to need many more millions to deal with this pandemic and put more of this free cash into that COVID stabilization to deal with it. So that basically is the strategy at this particular point in time.
Thank you. And then just one final question again for constituents who have talked to me about this. Could you just share again your thoughts about the cash flow for the city? Whether are you still seeing payments in real estate taxes, the water bill coming in as was projected?
Thank you. Yes, and I think cash flow, one major positive factor for this cash flow was, of course, our borrowing 2 weeks ago for the high school project. We just borrowed $130.3 million cash is in for us. So usually is an ebb around the month of November in terms of cash flow until tax bills get issued on December 31st. But I think the high school borrowing, people have been very good in terms of, I think we're in a better situation than other communities in terms of folks paying taxes and water bills. We don't have significant problems. But the high school cash coming in is certainly going to tide us over until the new tax bills are issued on December 31st, and then cash flow will increase.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor White.
Thank you, Mr. President. Real quick question. Ed, you mentioned record free cash. Is DOR certified at free cash?
Through you, Mr. President, to Councilor White. So an unusual circumstance this year, as I may have mentioned before, usually free cash expires on June 30th. DOR has allowed free cash to carry forward into this fiscal year for fiscal 2021 budget purposes. So a form of old free cash appropriation is yet to expire, and what'll be in front of you is an order to rescind the free cash that we use to balance the 2021 budget, because we do have that extra state aid, and also an order where we use that free cash to bank into the COVID stabilization fund. So the next free cash tranche, I do think, will be substantial, given that operations and spending was impaired in the fourth quarter of last year. That now will happen once the tax rate is set. DOR will then certify our balance sheet. I do expect this next tranche of free cash will be somewhere in the $15 million range.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. That answers my question.
Do we have any more questions or comments? Hearing no further comment, I'll just add that I am also going to be supporting this. And I think, if we weren't in the middle of a pandemic and had a completely expendable income or budget, I would support something like this anyways, because I think it's a good investment for air quality in general. And we've discussed often air quality in terms of air pollution as well. So I would love to see more technology like this used closer to our highways. So if there was no pandemic and we had unlimited money, I would support this. Unfortunately, we're in the pandemic and we don't have unlimited money, but it is something that's needed. So I am going to support this. And I think if there's no further discussion, we have 2 items that require a roll call vote. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Council Ballantyne moves to approve. I guess, well, we haven't actually read the 2 items yet. Mr. Clerk, can you read the 2 items in question?
Certainly, Mr. President. Let's take them one at a time. The first is item number 38, which is a request to the mayor requesting approval to appropriate $3 million from the COVID-19 Stabilization Fund for building renovations and HVAC system improvements to reopen the public schools.
All right, please call the roll.
There's a roll call vote on that item. Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor Davis. Councilor Davis.
He's muted. Well, let me see why you're muted.
I've recorded no vote for Councilor Davis.
He's here.
Well, I have not recorded a vote.
There we go. Mr. Clerk, I vote yes. I was muted by an organizer. No longer muted, it seems, so my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of that item. That item is approved.
All right, please read the next item.
Item 39 is a request of the mayor requesting approval to appropriate $1.5 million from the Facility Construction and Renovation Stabilization Fund for building renovations and HVAC system improvements to reopen the public schools.
Please call the roll.
Motion to approve.
Councilor Ballantyne moves to approve. Please call the roll.
On that item, Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, again, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of that item, and that item has been approved.
All right, the time now is almost 8:50. We're going to take a brief 5-minute recess. Before that, though, anyone here for the public hearings for grant locations, I apologize for the wait. We have a number of items tonight. We're going to keep the public comment open until Friday, November 20th. So anyone in attendance for public utilities hearings, you can contact us at cityclerk@somervillema.gov. Or you can call the city of Somerville if you have a comment. So we're going to take a recess, but before that, Mr. Long, you wanted to explain to people the next steps for executive session?
Thank you, Mr. President. During this recess, I will be sending out new links for the 2 executive sessions that are possibly to be occurring this evening. The links that you had received have expired, and new links will be sent to you. When we return from this recess, you will have new links that you can enter the executive session, and that applies to the councilors and the invited guests for each of the executive sessions.
All right, does everyone understand that? Councilor Ballantyne?
Yes, so Mr. President, we're going to take a 5-minute recess and then we're going straight into executive session.
Well, we'll come back and reconvene and then go into executive session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, 5-minute recess. All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Mr. Clerk, can you please do a roll call vote for quorum?
1 minute, please, Mr. President. Ready, Mr. President.
All right, please call a roll for quorum.
This is just a roll call to determine the presence of a quorum after the recess. Councilor Klingon.
Present.
Councilor Mba.
Present.
Councilor White. Councilor White. I recorded no vote for Okay, gotcha. Councilor Ballantyne.
Here.
Councilor Strezzo.
Here.
Councilor Niedergang.
Here.
Councilor Davis.
Here.
Councilor Scott.
Present.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Unlike Councilor White, I'm just right here. I didn't fall down into a canyon.
Councilor Rossetti.
Present.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Here.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors are present. We certainly have a quorum.
All right, could you please read item number 25?
Very good. Moving back to item number 25, it is an item of unfinished business. It's an order that was submitted by Councilor Scott that this council meet in executive session to discuss the reputation, discipline, or dismissal of, or complaints or charges brought against Ron Bonney, who was last known as the Director of Fleet.
All right, so this is an item that needs discussion that may have to occur in executive session. I would like to ask the city solicitor or representative to come forward and give an opinion on if this is needed for executive session. I see Mr. Shapiro is here. Mr. Shapiro, is this a meeting that you would say, is this a motion, is this an item that we should discuss in executive session?
Yes.
All right, very good. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll to move into executive session?
Mr. President, this is a roll call vote to move into executive session to discuss the item 25 just read. On that motion, Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Having extricated myself from the canyon, yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted to move to executive session. It will take me just a minute to get that session started in GoToWebinar, and then you'll be able to join.
Okay, very good. This meeting will now be in recess for the purpose of moving to executive session with the intention of reconvening an open session following the executive session. So we'll be right back. All right, we are back from executive session. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll call for quorum? While we wait for Mr. Long, just check with everybody. Mr. Fortalisi asked us that when we log out of this session to not press the end session button, because then they have to restart the program. Just leave the session. Mr. Long, are you there? All right, we'll give him a minute.
Mr. President, which is leave the session? Because honestly, all I do is X out. I don't know which one is.
Well, it's probably for organizers. Organizers have the option to end the session. So it's probably for the clerk.
Okay.
Did not hear what I
Okay.
said.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, I see you're there. Are you ready to go?
Mr. Clerk, Mr. President, I've just arrived. Happy to be here.
All right, when you're ready, please call the roll for quorum.
This is roll call to determine the presence of a quorum at 10:15 so we can continue the regular session. Councilor Klingon.
Present.
Councilor Mba.
Present.
Councilor White. Councilor White. I have not recorded Councilor White.
Are we having a? I'm here.
Okay, Councilor, got it. Councilor Ballantyne.
Here.
Councilor Strezzo.
Present.
Councilor Niedergang.
Here.
Councilor Davis. Councilor Davis. I do not see Councilor Davis being present. Councilor Scott.
Present.
Councilor Ewan Campen. Councilor Rossetti.
Present.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Here.
Mr. President, we have a quorum. 10 councilors are present. 1 councilor is absent.
All right, I now declare this city council back into open session following our executive session. No votes were taken in executive session except for the vote to adjourn. And I guess so we're going to lay that on the table for now and take no action. And Mr. Clerk, could you please read the next item?
Mr. President, the next item on our agenda is item number 23, which is a resolution submitted by Councilor McLaughlin that the mayor update this council in executive session on alleged suspicious activity in the DPW Fleet Yard in March 2020.
All right, this is also an item that needs discussion that may have to occur in executive session. I'd like to ask a representative from the city solicitor's office to come forward and give an opinion on the need for executive session. Is there anyone here to speak on that?
Yes, Julie McKenzie.
All right, Ms. McKenzie, is this an item that you think is deserving of executive session?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll to enter into executive session.
Mr. President, there's a roll call vote on moving to executive session to discuss the item just mentioned. On that motion, Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Counselor Davis. Counselor Davis. I don't record a vote for Counselor Davis. Counselor Scott.
Yes.
Counselor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Counselor Rossetti.
Yes, I do see Mr. Counselor Davis on the list. Do you have to unmute him perhaps? On the attendees list, not on panelist.
Oh, yeah, he's listed as an attendee. Counselor Davis, there you are.
Can somebody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Doing all right. We're taking a roll call for attendance. Oh, now we're taking a roll call to go into the next executive
To
session.
go into the next executive session.
Yep.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 counselors have voted to move to executive session.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, do you have that other one already set up, or?
It's going to take me just 1 minute, Mr. President. I'm going to kind of break protocol, if you don't mind, and ask Clerk Peter Forsalisi if he is ready to stand by and maintain this meeting.
Yes, well, I guess while you weren't here, we were discussing, Mr. Forsalisi asked. Yeah, let me unmute him. You're unmuted on my side, Peter.
Yep, I'm here.
So we just want to make sure that we don't press the exit meeting or end meeting. Make sure that you just leave the meeting so we can come back. All right, so
Thank
Mr.
you.
Forsalisi, are you ready to hold this meeting open?
Yeah, I'm here. I'll keep this one open.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Clerk, you're going to send us all a new link for the next executive session?
You should have received a link for the next executive session. Can you check, Mr. President, and see if you received a link for an executive session at the last recess? It would have been for a
We do have
DPW
it,
fleet.
Mr. Clerk. Yeah, we do have it. I have it. This is Counselor
Fantastic.
Rossetti. I have it.
I will go there and
Rossetti,
open up that
can you read-
executive session.
Councilor Rossetti, can you read the title for that email just so everyone's aware?
Yes, I can. Hold on 1 second. It reads, City Council Executive Session regarding 210586 DPW Fleet, November 12, 2020.
There we go. All right, with this council is in recess, we will reconvene executive session. See you there. Just give Mr. Long a second to get back in.
Oh my God.
Please mute your phones.
Bill texted that he needs a phone number and codes again.
All right, Peter, can you get him that?
I can send it to him. I'll put it in the chat.
Who was that?
Kushbu.
Oh, thank you, Kushbu.
John will be right in.
Mr. President, it also looks like Lance is in the audience.
He's an attendee?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll unmute him. I don't know why keeps happening. Lance, you're unmuted on my end.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're waiting for the clerk to call the roll.
Very good. Thank you, Adam. My technology hates me tonight. Glad to be here.
Be back in a second.
Mr. President, do you want me to call? Are we ready to call the roll?
Please call the roll to establish quorum.
All right. This is a roll call to establish the presence of a quorum in regular session after the adjournment of the executive session. Roll call, Councilor Klingon.
Present.
Councilor Mba. Councilor White.
Councilor White is present, but he can't phone in.
Here.
Up there he is.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Here. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Councilor White.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Here.
Thank you.
Councilor Strezzo.
Present.
Councilor Niedergang.
Here.
Councilor Davis.
Here.
Councilor Scott.
Present.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Here.
Councilor Rossetti.
Present.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Here.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors are present. I will send a link to Councilor Davis in an effort to see if he can rejoin us as a panelist if he wishes to. If he doesn't want to, he can disregard it.
Okay, that works for you, Councilor Davis.
Thank you.
All right, time now is 11 o'clock. I call this meeting of the City Council to order. Please note that in accordance with Governor Baker's, wrong script, the session, we have now reconvened from executive session. No votes were taken in executive session except for the vote to adjourn. And if no one has any questions, I'm going to lay both these executive session items on the table for approval unless people think that their answers aren't satisfied. So these items will be laid on the table for approval. And now we can start the full city council meeting.
Mr. President, item number 4 is a citation submitted by Councilor Ballantyne commending the staff of the Elections Department for their tireless efforts to ensure for every registered voter the opportunity to vote safely and securely in the recent presidential election.
All right, Councilor Strezzo would like to sign on, Councilor Ballantyne, and Councilor Klinger would like to sign on. You have the floor, Councilor.
Thank you. You know, I just want to thank the entire department. This was a new year with many new voting options for the city of Somerville, whether it was a primary with early voting or mail-in voting or options for in-person voting, the same at the general election. The election department put, you know, drop boxes in, and they basically planned, you know, 10 months in advance, and it seemed to have gone as according to plan, and we all got the election results very quickly. You know, I can't thank enough the election departments, and many constituents said the same thing, that they just really appreciated the effort that the city did to do a seamless and safe elections.
The entire council would like to sign on. Any further discussion? Hearing none, this item will be laid on the table for approval. I do see Jackie Duffy's in the audience, so we were going to skip the public hearings, but since she stuck around, I think we'll go to the next item.
Mr. President, item number 5 is a public hearing and a grant location submitted by TC Systems to install 65 feet of conduit in Florence Street from a pole to a proposed handhole at the intersection of Pearl and Florence Streets.
I now declare this public hearing open. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Please use the hand icon and I will unmute you. And all of these items will remain, the public hearing will remain open until Friday, November 20th. All right, anyone here for this item? Going once, going twice? Seeing no discussion, this item is laid on the table. No vote taken.
Mr. President, item number 6 is public hearing and grant locations by TC Systems to install 132 feet of conduit from a manhole at 77 Middlesex Ave to a proposed manhole, then continuing with 7 feet going to a third manhole and 45 feet going to a pole, all located in the same intersection.
All right, I now declare this public hearing open. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Please use the hand icon. Going once, going twice. This item is laid on the table. Public hearing remains open until November 20th.
Item number 7 is a public hearing and grant location by Eversource to install 138 feet of conduit in Professors Row from a pole to a point of pickup at 91 Professors Row.
I now declare this public hearing open. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Jackie Duffy. Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Duffy.
That's okay. How are you?
Doing all right. Hope you're doing well.
I'm good, thank you. Would like to install 138 feet of conduit, and this is for Tufts University for the housing.
Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Please use the hand icon. Going once, going twice. Seeing no comment, this public hearing will remain open until November 20th. Councilor Ballantyne, you have a comment?
No, I'm all set. I contacted Tufts University, but they didn't seem to be aware of what this was. But the description seems to be for the mod units. Is that correct?
Yes.
The trailers?
Yes.
And they just need more power? Is that the issue?
What really happened was they did it already. They did the installation already because they needed it. I found that out today.
So the work has already been completed?
Yes, it has. By the customer.
So Tufts University did their own work?
We did the pole top connection, and they said it was on the private property, but we said it was on the sidewalk. So there was a question about that today.
Okay, well, I'll figure out the process piece. I don't want to stop. Well, obviously it's been done already, so there's not much else to say. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Councilor White, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Usually, isn't the usual protocol if they have to do the work, but it has to be done before the next city council meeting, that they get an interim approval where they request it from the city clerk, and then the city clerk usually checks with the president, with the chair of licenses and permits, and with the ward councilor. So it appears that wasn't done at this time, and I guess the reason would be why wasn't it?
I think there was a mix-up on where the conduit was going. It looks like it was in parking spaces, but on the sketch it looks like it was on the street. And they told the engineer that it was their property, and they did the work.
Okay, so through the president, it actually was on the city street, but when the work was done, they thought it was on Tufts property.
Right. They thought it was Tufts property. And if you look on Google, we did look on Google, and it does look like it would be on Tufts property. So there was a mix-up, and usually that is how we go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I'm all set.
Okay, if everyone could please try, I find it's best to give like a second pause before, because people accidentally talk over each other. Is there any further discussion on this item? Here, no discussion. This item will be laid on the table. Public hearing remains open till November 20th, even though the work is done already. Next item.
Item number 8 is a public hearing in a grand location submitted by Eversource to install 76 feet of conduit in Joy Street from a manhole to a point to pickup at the rear of 135 Linwood Street.
I now declare this public hearing open. Is there anyone here to discuss the item? Ms. Duffy.
Jackie Duffy, Eversource. We need to install 76 feet of conduit, and we're increasing the service for Eversource. We're putting in an elevator.
Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to discuss this item? Going once, going twice, seeing no further comment, this public hearing will remain open until November 20th. Any questions from the council? Hearing none, this item will be laid on the table.
Item number 9 is a public hearing in a grand location submitted by Eversource to install 31 feet of conduit in Woodbine Street from a pole to a point to pick up at 15 Woodbine Street.
I now declare this public hearing open. Is there anyone here to discuss the item? Ms. Duffy.
I would like to install 31 feet of conduit to provide electric service to 15 Woodbine.
Anyone else in the audience who wishes to discuss this item? Seeing none, this item will be laid on the table. Councilor Needham.
Thanks, Mr. President. Just wanted to say I have no objection to this.
Okay. Would you like to approve? Is that a motion to approve?
I would rather wait just in case somebody comes forward. It seems unlikely, but let's leave it open along with the others.
Okay. No, seeing no further discussion, this item will be laid on the table. Public hearing open until November 20th. Next item.
Item number 10 is a public hearing in a grand location submitted by Eversource to install 337 feet of conduit in Grand Union Boulevard from a manhole to another manhole.
I now declare this public hearing open. Jackie.
We're installing 337 feet of conduit from manhole to manhole. And the reason why is we're relocating a duct bank because it was on private property, and we now are putting it on the public way.
Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to discuss this? Please use the hand icon. Going once, going twice. Any discussion from the council? Hearing none, this item will be laid on the table. No vote taken. Public hearing open until November 20th.
And Mr. President, item number 11 is a public hearing and a grant location application submitted by Eversource to install 5 feet of conduit in Curtis Street from a pole to a point of pickup at 131 Curtis Street.
I now declare this public hearing open. Jackie?
I would like to install, oh, it doesn't say how much, I'm sorry. 5 feet of conduit to provide electric service, to put a gas telemetry, a gas telemetry, and that is at 131 Curtis Street. I'm sorry.
The hour
It's
is
late.
getting-
I'm tired.
Anyone else in the audience here to discuss this item? Seeing none, this public hearing will remain open until November 20th. Councilor Ballantyne?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, to Ms. Duffy. Is this for Tufts also? Their dining hall?
No. This is for Eversource Gas. A representative from Tufts contacted our community relations persons today, and I believe he is all set.
Well, you know, I tried to check into these and no one could tell me what they were for. So is it's the telemetry is what, some remote metering device?
Yeah, it keeps the gas, the gas meters, the volume of it, so it doesn't, it just is a volume control. So it's not for, it's for Eversource Gas. That's who the customer is.
Okay. All
If
right.
you ever want to know,
Thank
you
you.
can just email me. You can just email me if you have any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, this item will be laid on the table. Public hearing remains open until November 20th. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Duffy.
You're welcome. Good night.
Thank you. Next item. Mr. Clark?
Mr. President, item number 12 is a resolution submitted by Councilor McLaughlin and the mayor proclaiming this 12th day of November 2020 to be a day to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act and rededicating ourselves to make Somerville accessible and inclusive for all who live here.
All right, so these next two items I would love to go into great detail on. They deserve more time, but it is late, and I believe everyone on this council, seeing that everybody wants to sign on to this, is in support of the ADA Act, and we will do everything we can to enforce that. So this item is laid on the table for approval.
Number 13 is a resolution submitted by Councilor McLaughlin calling on Governor Baker to implement a streamlined process for Mass Health applicants to simultaneously file for SNAP benefits.
The summary of this is that there's a lot of people who don't receive SNAP benefits, even though those benefits are available. We'd like to see the governor do something about that. Councilor Strezzo and Ballantyne would like to sign on, and this item is laid on the table for approval.
Item number 14 is an order submitted by Councilor Ballantyne and Councilor Klingon that the Director of Inspectional Services update this council on the processes used to better manage and enforce conditions identified in building permits.
Councilor Ballantyne.
I'd like this referred to Public Utilities, Public Works, and also request that my late item be taken up out of order and read.
Okay. This item is laid on the table for approval and referred to Public Utilities and Public Works. Councilor Ballantyne would like to take an item out of order. Seeing no objections, please, Mr. Clerk, read the late item.
Mr. President, I'll read the item and then pull it up on screen. It's an order submitted by Councilor Ballantyne that the Director of SPCD changed the language and the photo on page 66 in SummerVision 2040 to what is attached within the item.
I need to hear the story behind this, Councilor Ballantyne.
So the language is friendlier to native species, that the city is looking and moving towards native species. So it's a language change. It is, I worked together with advocates from Open Space, Summer Vision Task Force. So that was the recommendation. And as the administration is supporting the native species ordinance going forward, and we're in the midst of drafting it, they were also welcoming language for the Summer Visions booklet.
What's the photo
plan.
like? Or is that
Pardon?
another photo? I think yeah.
No, it's just all combined, I'm sure.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. It's a late item, so you all can't see it. My apologies. It is native wildflowers.
Very good. Councilor Davis would like to sign on. Any further discussion? Are you fine just approving this tonight, or did you want that in committee?
No, it's just for approval, and if with a copy to OSPCD.
All right, this item is laid on the table for approval with a copy to OSPCD.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Returning to the regular order of business, we move to item number 16, which is an order submitted by Councilor Strezzo to the Director of Parks and Recreation, discuss with this council's Committee on Housing and Community Development whether public playground sandbox coverings are an option when the parks are closed.
Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, if I could just give a quick response to this, and I'm ready to just discharge it or withdraw. I did receive communication back from the Parks Department and Director Luisa Oliveira, and so we had some parents that brought up the fact that on some of the playgrounds in our community, sometimes animals leave themselves in these playgrounds. I'm sorry, in the sandboxes, and had questions about that, if there was the ability to cover them. And after receiving back information from Ms. Alviera, it's not really possible to cover them, or there's not, it's not possible to daily cover them. DPW doesn't have the staff to do that, and it wouldn't prohibit critters from being able to get in the tarp, in any tarp or under any tarp as well. So it may just do that. And that there was a lot of support for the sandboxes being put in the beginning. The community wanted that. They wanted community feedback, reported that, liked the idea of tactile play. And so the sandboxes are here. I'm ready to withdraw this, and thank you very much.
All right, withdrawals require a vote, right, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, once an item has been read into the record, it requires a vote, so we can set that aside for a vote later.
Okay, well, let's lay it on the table for approval then.
Or for a vote, or for withdrawal.
Lay on the table for withdrawal, there we go.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, could it just be completed or work completed instead of withdrawn?
The work complete is for committee, right, Mr. Clerk? And this is, this would be just withdrawn, or?
Yes, Mr. President, this will be dealt with all the other items, and it will be formally, the withdrawal will be approved by the City Council.
Okay, the item is laid on the table for withdrawal.
Item number 17 is an order submitted by Councilor Klingon that the Director of Engineering appear before this Council's Committee on Public Utilities and Public Works to discuss the Medford Street sidewalk repaving book job and the subsequent usage conditions left as a result of bringing the sidewalks to ADA compliance.
Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President, real quick, I just want an explanation on the record here. So there was a repaving job done on Medford Street, and in order, it's been a long process. I've done walkthroughs with Brian Postaway, and he's been very gracious with his time. But ultimately, I think what we have is a situation where, a sidewalk the folks, the residents are looking at a sidewalk that basically is like, well, you know, they weren't that bad, and then so you redid them, and now you've created a situation that A, could be dangerous, and B, could be a liability. I just want to, like, I think this has been a learning process for everybody involved with regards to the ADA stuff, where, like, in order to, on a quote-unquote book job where it's just a repaving, in order to, since they're not resetting all the curbs, like they're not doing the whole street and everything like that, rather, in order to make it ADA compliant, let's just say that some places in front of some residences have like a significant slope. And in order to, that was in order to, you know, make these ADA compliant. A whole discussion will take place in public utility, public works, but I just want people to understand that while it is important to bring things up to ADA compliance, I think what can also, some of the you know, the effects that are left may not be as orthodox, you know, maybe a little unorthodox in terms of sidewalks, as people might have seen, and some of you may have seen on Medford Street. There's like a sort of a curb halfway across the sidewalk leading to the businesses, and there's reasons for that. You know, Mr. Postway described all those reasons, but and this could be taken up with the next order. Basically, there's also concerns from residents about liability when you have such a steep slope off the sidewalk. So I just think that moving forward, I think we need to look at these type of jobs before they're done, and look at the existing conditions and what is going to happen as a result of you know, making the sidewalks nicer, but also creating conditions that are not ideal, or at least certainly the folks aren't crazy about. So I don't think anybody did anything wrong other than just, but I think we need to discuss this. So anyway, I'll wait with that, sir. I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, on the item, Councilor Strezzo.
Dear Mr. President, and I would like to sign on to this as well. I've been following this ramp or construction situation additionally, and one of the issues is because of that slope, and there's no actual railing between the drop of curb. We have some of our elderly residents and some that actually have walkers. The big concern additionally is when we come into winter with ice and snow, if snow builds up over that slope, there's a very, very big concern of fall risk. And so I know the city is working on this and reassessing this, and I'm definitely following it, and I do have confidence that they're going to proactively work to correct this. But I do agree with Councilor Klingon that I think there was a learning curve and a learning process to this. Thank you very much.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not to belabor the point, but I actually think this is very relevant to your item number 12 as well. One of the important functions of, and I'm only weighing in because I'm no longer on Public Utilities and Public Works. I won't be there for this discussion. I'm glad that this will be followed up on. I think this is one of the ways that a fully functional and supported Disabilities Commission could be of great use to the city. And just want to encourage us to continue to keep in mind that our budgets are, as always, statements of our values. All of us are only temporarily abled. All of us will be disabled at some point in our life, whether through accident or age. And so it is important for all of us to keep these items in mind, both as a city and as a city council. So thank you for bringing this to the committee, and I trust the committee to do good work. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you. If you love this item, I have another ADA accessible item way down in the late agenda items, and if with the president's approval, if you're interested, I would be interested in moving it, the other agenda item to, if we're talking about ADA accessibility, continuing on the conversation with that item.
Do you have that item number?
No, it's a late agenda. I don't know, somewhere in the back.
Okay. Well, I guess hopefully we'll get to it today. Any further discussion on this item?
Mr. President, I would just like that item to be sent to Public Utilities, Public Works, obviously.
Yes, this item will be laid on the table for approval and referred to Public Utilities, Public Works.
Mr. President, it's item number 86. on the
Councilor
supplement.
Strezzo would like to take item number 86 out of order. Any objection? Hearing none. Mr. Clerk, please read item number 86.
Item 86 is an order submitted by Councilor Strezzo that the Director of Parks and Recreation appear before this Council's Committee on Housing and Community Development to discuss installing playground communication boards in all parks to expand park accessibility for children who are nonverbal or have other communication challenges.
Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and for the rest of the council for permitting us to take out of order and staying on topic with ADA compliance and ADA accessibility and making our community more accessible for all of us. So a parent approached me about the idea of, so a parent approached me about the idea of what's called communication boards, which are boards that are could be placed, all weathered boards placed in playgrounds that are for children that are, well, nonverbal. So say with autism spectrum disorder or a nonverbal autism spectrum disorder, or are deaf. And so they can point, the images on the communication boards have expressions. So either want to leave or want to go to the slide or are cold or want to leave the park. So children can point to those objects, I'm sorry, those illustrations to express what they need. This is one way in which we make our community more accessible for all, and I am very excited about this order being on the agenda.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, this item is laid on the table for approval and referred you to Housing Community Development.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next item.
Item number 18 is an order submitted by Councilor Klingon that the Director of Engineering address residents' concerns regarding possible property owner liability relating to the conditions created by the city and its efforts to bring sidewalks into ADA compliance.
Councilor Klingon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just send a copy to send this to Public Utility, Public Works.
This item will be laid on the table for approval, referred to Public Utilities, Public Works.
Mr. President, I
item 9.
Waive the readings of, I would like to waive the reasons of item 19 and send a copy to just put on file.
This
Number
item will
20.
be laid on the table for approval, where the reading is waived, laid on the table for approval.
Sure, Mr. President, waive the reading of number 20 and send that to traffic and parking. And then waive the reading of number 21 and send that to
No, it looks like traffic and parking as well.
yes.
Okay. Councilor Klingon moves to waive the readings of items 20, 21, lay them on the table for approval, referred to traffic and parking. Next item.
Item 22 is an order submitted by Councilor Klingon that the Commissioner of Public Works address the street light outage in the entire length of Fellsway West, resulting from the work being done by DCR at Foss Park.
Councilor Klingon.
Mr. President, real quick, I just wanted to put this on record. I've been contacted by residents over on Fellsway West, and it appears that those lights, which the city is said to have some sort of control over, by which we can replace them, but whatever the grid that they're using is to deal with Foss Park, they essentially cut out all of our lights on Fellsway West, and I don't think they have any intention of putting them back on. I have the Commissioner of DPW has been working with DCR on a solution, but I just wanted the folks out there to know that DCR essentially cut off the lights, and they're saying they'll be on in a few weeks. So we're working on a solution to help visibility and safety down there in the meantime. So just send that to Public Utility, Public Works as well. Thanks.
All right, seeing no further discussion, this item is laid on the table for approval, referred to Public Utilities, Public Works.
Very good. Item number 24 is communications by Councilor Strezzo reporting on the demographic breakdown of employees in the E911 dispatch, fire alarm dispatch, and constituent services departments.
Councilor Strezzo.
Mr. President, thank you. This is also being reported in Housing and Community Development Committee communication. Would you prefer what do you prefer I do? Address this and then just take it out of the minutes of the committee meeting report?
So this item will also be discussed in your committee report?
Correct.
So I would just lay this on the table and place on file, and then we can discuss it in the committee report.
Okay.
Make sense? Does that make sense?
It does.
All right.
I'm listening. Yes, Mr. President.
If you see no further discussion, this item is laid on the table, placed on file, and that's it.
Okay.
Item number 26 is an order submitted by Councilor Davis that this council invoke its rights to engage outside counsel to compel the administration to update this council in executive session on alleged suspicious activity in the Fleet Yard in March.
This item is placed on file.
Item number 27 is a report of the Committee on Confirmation of Appointments and Personnel Matters, which met on November 2nd.
Councilor Rossetti.
Mr. President, thank you. Normally, when we talk about promotions, we have the candidates before us with their families for celebration. And so given times of COVID and virtual meeting, we no longer are doing that. So I would like to highlight some of the specific accomplishments during my report. All members were present on this evening's meeting. Also joining us was staff, Emily Monea from the Mayor's Office, Kushbu Weber also from the Mayor's Office, Ellen Collins of Personnel, Chief Charles Breen, Fire Department, Assistant Chief from the Fire Department, Chris Major, and we had clerks Peter Forsalise and Kim Wells assisting us that night. The first item was requesting the confirmation of the appointment of Kenneth Silva to the position of District Fire Chief. Chief Breen did let the committee know we had 7 candidates before us this evening's meeting. And at the beginning of the interviews of each of them, the chief did inform the committee that each candidate was at his fire headquarters to help facilitate the technology for the remote participation and the executive sessions that would take place. And I want to thank him for that. It did make it for a smooth process. I had inquired who was on the interview team for these 7 positions, and we were informed that the chief, the assistant chief, and Courtney Desir from the mayor's Somerset team participated. There was no representation from the personnel department, and the reason being that they were short-staffed. The chief did then introduce Captain Kenneth Silva, who has been a member of the department since 2006 and earned many certifications. In addition, he is also a registered nurse and an Air Force veteran. He is working on completing his master's degree as well at this time. The report is lengthy about this candidate. Mr. Silva was in various roles as a lieutenant at all of the stations in the city after starting at Engine 2 as a firefighter. Councilman Barr had asked what changes the candidate would bring to the position. And one thing he highlighted was training and assuring that the firefighters are ready to adopt to the new high-rise buildings and labs coming into our community. This role will bring with it increased tasks with the investigations and public relations, and Mr. Silva noted he has taken public speaking classes throughout his fire science education. He has been in an acting role in this regard since February and has gained quite a bit of experience. We moved into executive session as it relates to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A1 for this candidate, and we did the same executive session, separate executive sessions for each candidate following on this report. When we came out of executive session, Councilor Scott shared some procedural concerns regarding the screening process for the candidates. He noted that an updated background check is a matter of procedure for promotions and asked if the panel reviewed an updated background check. Assistant Chief Major elaborated that a background check would not typically come to him or the chief, but to the appointing authority or personnel. We had some discussion with the administration staff about this process. I did review the chart that I called the Bible for confirmation of appointments as created by the committee a couple of years back with the work of Councilor Davis and Scott. And I did confirm that on that grid, there was no requirement for the result of criminal and background check, but only for new hires in the grid of documents, not for promotions. That candidate was unanimously approved for his promotion. The next candidate requesting, the administration was requesting the confirmation of the appointment of Justin Bonner to the position of fire captain. Mr. Bonner is currently a lieutenant and acting captain, having been a member of the department since 2011. He has a lot of IT experience. He is currently assigned also to the Fire Prevention Bureau, where his IT skills have been very beneficial. He is also a Marine Corps veteran and currently pursuing a bachelor's degree. Councilor Scott asked him about personnel management issues that the candidate faced, and Councilor Mubar asked if the candidate had changed or wanted to change any policies or procedures. Councilor Klingon noted that there is high expectations for these leadership roles. We moved into executive session. For this candidate, the report is more detailed. His appointment to fire captain was unanimously approved by committee. Next, we reviewed the confirmation of the appointment of Michael Corey to the position of fire captain. Mr. Corey has been a member of the department since 2008. He's a technical and structural collapse specialist, currently pursuing his associate's degree. He also plays a role on the fire department first ever bicycle team, which is used primarily for public events to allow for a quick response. He has been acting captain on Ladder 3, which is located in Teal Square, since last October of 2019. Councilor Barr had asked what the process would be to rescue someone from a confined space, and he went into detail of that. Councilor Scott asked about the candidate's personnel management, and after we then moved into executive session. Coming out of session, it was a public vote of a unanimous approval for this candidate. The next candidate before the committee was the appointment of Thomas Bellini to the position of fire lieutenant. Mr. Bellini has been with the department since 2012. He is a paramedic and assists with medical training. He also has training in technical rescue areas and structural collapse. He's been a great asset to the department during the pandemic. He's pursuing his master's degree in fire and emergency service. Excuse me. Councilor Scott asked about the differences working with EMTs in a corporate environment versus a public safety environment. His response is detailed here in my report. Councilor Mubar had asked what policies or procedures or regulations the candidate wanted to approve. And Mr. Bellini noted that he has enjoyed teaching training classes and would like to be able to move that from a classroom setting to online, so it would be reproducible and could reach a larger audience. Councilor Mubar also inquired about the ice rescue training, and Councilor Klingon asked about the candidate's response to medical emergencies such as overdoses. Following questioning, we moved into executive session. Coming out of executive session, it was a unanimous vote of approval for this candidate by the committee. Next, we reviewed the request of the confirmation of appointment of Eric Saulnier to the position of fire lieutenant. Mr. Saulnier has been a member of the department since 2012 and has hoisting and CDL licenses and also holds a JD. Further, he has been an advocate for autism education. Given that Mr. Saulnier is currently also the proprietor of the Saulnier Companies LLC, Councilor Scott inquired about Mr. Saulnier's recruiting practice, noting that recruitment for the fire department is a concern. Councilor Strezzo commended the candidate's work around autism, and Councilor Mubar noted that Mr. Saulnier can use his recruiting skills to play a big role in increasing the diversity of the department. Councilor Klingo echoed the concerns around recruitment. The candidate added that the promotion comes with responsibility, and he is confident, Councilor Klinger added that this promotion comes with responsibility, and he is confident in the candidate's leadership skills and involvement. After executive session, the committee took a vote in public to unanimously approve this candidate. Next, we had the request of the confirmation of the appointment of Danielle O'Hearn. This is the last candidate to come before the committee by promotion of Danielle O'Hearn to the position of fire lieutenant. The chief introduced her as being a member of the department since 2007, currently the representative on the Safe Injection Site Working Group, and has been a positive role model for women in the fire service and volunteers with autism awareness organizations. Councilor Strezzo commended the candidate's diverse work and her work with special needs children and families. Councilor Scott asked about Ms. O'Hearn's experience, and she spoke about leading by example and with respect. Mr. President, I will be asking to amend this report. I do have additional information on candidate Danielle O'Hearn. We had been 4 hours into the meeting given the late hour. I would move now to amend this report at this section to insert beginning at paragraph 3. Acting Lieutenant O'Hearn did inform the chair she has worked multiple hours on numerous fires, some reaching 6, 7, and 10 alarms. Her first month on the job involved a major hazardous materials incident, followed by the multiple alarm fire of the East Somerville Community School. Her dedication to the job and to the community goes beyond her hours on duty. While off duty, she was the first responder to a Revere fire. Acting Lieutenant O'Hearn is additionally the department's liaison of the Overdose Prevention Task Force. Having had the honor of being a part of first ever all-female crew to work a station shift, she's eager to see more females in the positions of leadership and grateful to have the opportunity to be among those paving the way for this to happen. Coming from a family of multi-generational residents of Somerville, she embraces her role with dedication to the profession, but even more so to the city of Somerville. Mr. President, I move to amend the report by inserting that language.
All right, Councilor Rossetti moves to amend the report to include the following language. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll for the amendment.
This is a roll call vote on accepting the amendment to the committee report that was just read. On that item, Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor White. Councilor White. I do not record a vote for Councilor.
There he is.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of that amendment. The committee report has now been amended.
Mr. President, I will continue on with the remainder of the report as posted on the site. We reviewed the interviews of, reviewed preparation for the interviews of applicants to the Wage Theft Advisory Committee. Councilor Scott, it's more detailed here in the report, which can be read online. Councilor Scott did elaborate to the committee that there could be a separate subcommittee or task force that reviews and interviews the nominees and provides a list of candidates, as is currently being done through Chairman Davis's leadership on legislative matters. So the working group, I asked the committee if anyone was interested in participating in the working group to conduct the interviews. Please let me know. And I would like to thank Councilors Strezzo and Klingon for stepping up and saying that they had extreme interest in handling this important task for the council. So I will be communicating offline with them. And we have some of the names in committee. that I will turn to their leadership, and others will be coming in, and they will complete that and present back to the council for consideration of their recommendations. So I thank them both for that. The last item was reviewing with the Director of Personnel a monthly vacancy report. Ms. Monet introduced the report with new formatting to track vacancies over time. It will now be updated monthly and tracked throughout the fiscal year. We will receive at the end of every month updated reports to show us the continuation of the vacancies. Mr. Chair, I now ask that the report be accepted as amended. Mr. President, my apologies.
Councilor Rossetti moves to submit the committee report as accept the committee report as submitted. Seeing no discussion, this item is laid on the table for approval.
Item number 28 is a report of the Committee on Equity, Gender, Families, and Vulnerable Populations, which met on November 4th.
Councilor Ba.
Thank you, Mr. President. One moment while I was kicked out of the, like my office space because the boss needed to get to bed. So the Committee on Equity, Gender, Families, and Vulnerable Populations, we met on November 4th. All members were in attendance, and we had Ms. Wells as our clerk, and Ms. Durham was also in attendance, and also members from the administration. So we started with, I will be brief, but I will highlight most of the topics that we covered, So we started, the item that we began with was that the Director of Purchasing shared the process for procuring food packaging, and flatware for the school cafeteria. And so briefly, this was beyond the committee's scope because it was the school department, and Ms. Celas Garcia, said this, he doesn't have oversight, and even the school procurement process it's all about the school, so he has no oversight about that. So, and then the second item was also related to that, in some format, that the Commissioner of Public Works shared the process of handling different types of cafeteria food waste, including recyclables and food waste. So this also, Director Weissman said they had started this program 2 years ago, and until they started it, they started even a pilot program around composting in schools, and then which actually closed down, in March due to COVID.
Mr. President, we are seeing Clerk Long's email. If you could please advise.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Long.
Clark, please. Thank you.
Mr. Long, I don't want to see your emails.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. I appreciate that. So my daughter is, let me check. I gotta go check on my daughter first. Then, hold on, maybe somebody can.
We'll lay this committee report on the table and you can come back to it. Okay, this item is laid on the table. Next item.
Item 29 is a report of the Committee on Finance, which met on November 10th.
Councilor Scott.
Mr. President, we did stuff. The minutes are extensive. There are, I believe, no items that require roll call votes. There were prior year invoices that were investigated. There was an expansion of scope for the Somerville Museum project, which was initially $400,000. It has exploded to $1.5 million. There are reasons, mostly about structural issues and the delays in bidding the construction. There was also extensive discussion of exploration of a new sewer and water rate study that is being undertaken by the engineering department with sewer and water. It is a new model for collaboration that I applaud the director for. Again, a very interesting discussion. There was also discussion about small business relief, which I believe this council will be taking up later on tonight. and an update on the police inventory, which is to say we still do not know what materials the Somerville Police Department has in its possession, but now we have an updated list of what vehicles they have. Finally, there was discussion of fleet and DPW finances. The materials requested by Councilor Rossetti were presented in a broad munis format for the entirety of DPW. I motioned and accepted, and it was accepted, requesting every invoice from DPW Fleet Management OM budget for the FY21 year to date, including documentation supporting encumbrance figures listed in our current munis report. That will at least give us a paper trail that we can use to understand how the encumbrances are listed, always an evergreen topic in our budget discussions. So this is going to be a lot of information, and I will be counting on the diligence of the committee members to go through all of that information and hopefully get some more clarity and transparency, which many of our constituents have long clamored for. With that, I would ask that the Finance Committee report be accepted as submitted. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Scott moves to accept the committee report as submitted. Seeing no discussion, this item is laid on the table for approval. Councilor Ba is back.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be so swift now. I think I'll just highlight the most important things. And there were 2 items that we had to discharge from this committee. So, yeah, so the committee is pretty detailed. Folks can read it. The only 2 items that we discharged was, yeah, I should have just done that, instead of trying to. The 2 items we discharged was where is it? Where are you? Was the items related to the Somerville Housing Authority. So the first one, that the mayor worked with the director of the Somerville Housing Authority to abolish the Housing Authority Police Department and reallocate the funds for social services for Housing Authority residents. And then the other item was that the director of Somerville Housing Authority develop a formal process for Somerville Housing Authority residents to report to Somerville Housing Authority police misconduct in lieu of an outright abolition. So yeah, we thought that it wasn't fit to have this conversation in that committee, and other councillors even that were present said they are hearing different things from residents. So we want to discharge it to the appropriate committee, maybe public health and safety, since it deal with, police. So okay. with that, I would like the committee report to be accepted as submitted.
Okay, well, first let's sever the 2 items that you referred to, discharge them from the committee report and refer them to public health and safety, which I believe requires a roll call vote.
On the motion to discharge those 2 items and then refer them to public health and safety. On that motion, Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor Mba.
Yes.
Councillor White.
Yes.
Councillor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councillor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councillor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councillor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, that motion has been approved. Those 2 items have been discharged and also referred to the Committee on Housing and Community Development.
Public health and safety.
I'm sorry, Public Health and Safety. Thank you.
All right, and on the committee report, Councilor Bob moves to submit the committee report. Any discussion? Seeing none, the committee report is laid on the table for approval.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next item.
Brings us to item number 30, which is a report of Committee on Housing and Community Development, which met on October 28th.
Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you. All right, committee report. So we met on October 28th. We had we had Khushbu Weber from the Mayor's Office, Tom Galgani from OSPCD, Doug Kress from the Health and Human Services, Ellen Schachter from Office of Housing Stability, Ashley Spilotis on the council, from the Council on Aging. We also had 3 members that were sponsored to speak from the neighboring, from this business community, Ball Square Business District Association, Josh Schwam, Jennifer Atwood from East Somerville Main Streets, and Jessica Eshelman from Union Square Main Streets. We were held virtually, called to order at 6 p.m. And we adjourned at 7:30 p.m. We discussed the teen snow shoveling program, and Doug Kress spoke with that alongside Ashley Spilotis, who is the acting director of the Council on Aging. So the strategy for the teen shoveling program that assists seniors and those with disabilities to help shovel their properties when snow starts to come has been adjusted for COVID standards. There's going to be no contact for and they've been thinking about that. Seniors must live in the residence, and the application requires a Corey check. The seniors this year, the income requirement has been removed. The senior must be 60 years of older or a disabled individual. The city is able to recruit, Doug Kress said, between 25 and 40 students. That, of course, will be different this year because high school is virtual this year so far. Councilor Ewan Campen asked how many seniors were served last year, and Ms. Spilotis stated that previously 150 seniors were served, and last year and there was a little less. She believes they can increase the number this year due to removing the income requirement. Chair Strezzo asked if the seniors pay every time the teens come out to shovel, if there is any assistance program to help seniors pay. Mr. Kress stated that Health and Human Services and the Council on Aging can work with the seniors if there are concerns. He stated that someone may request to have snow removed from their car or porch. The program can cost between $20 to $25. We also discussed how the city can celebrate the 2020 holiday season with an emphasis on neighborhood connection and revisioning the holiday season, supporting communities, including the business community, and keeping money in Somerville with small businesses. And we did that alongside three of the it's 11:59. Main Streets organizations and the newer established Ball Square Business District Association. So I sponsored some of those members to speak. Mr. Schwam of the Ball Square Business District Association stated that they wanted the businesses to shine safely with the diverse events to serve those with a lot or little spending power this holiday season. And they'd like the Arts Council to come up with safe guidelines that will support their businesses this year. Ms. Eshelman stated that the final 6 weeks of the year is the most critical for brick and mortar businesses, and this is when businesses can go from red to black. And this year, the final 6 weeks could be survival for many small businesses. The holiday can generate connections with businesses and possibly a holiday stroll with activities in one Saturday with respect to COVID restrictions and modifications. So they are in the process of creating that and envisioning that and bringing that to life. Councilor Rabat asked what the councilors can do to help. Mr. Schramm stated that in Ball Square, they are trying to work with the Arts Council on different ideas since the illumination tour has been canceled, and maybe modify Ball Square, Magoon Square, and Winter Hill with a winter stroll to see houses that are decorated, including houses on Broadway. There could be a market to allow local businesses show their wear in a different way in Ball Square, maybe even on a Saturday and Sunday. Mr. Galgani stepped in to say that the city has developed a very rigorous guidelines for the farmers market and working on additional standards from outdoor sales for the holiday season. Councilmember Baugh asked if outdoor music would be part of the standards for the holidays, and Mr. Jenkins, Director Galgani, stated that Mr. Jenkins of the Arts Council has a working group right now trying to see if that can be done in a safe manner. And Councilor Ewan Campen said a walking and biking tour would be a great idea for the holiday illumination stroll. We also talked about, I received an update from Ellen Schachner of the Office of Housing Stability, update on the implementation plans for the Tenant Notification Act, that they are getting ready to send out notices to property owners, and the responsibilities put out notices. The only notice she had heard of, I'm sorry, I'm complaining. So they're not getting ready, but I'm right. Okay, the only notice she has heard from of notices are coming from Clarendon Hills. No complaints from tenants that have not received documents about the Tenant Notification Act. The Homeless Coalition received contacts from tenants on the notice to quit. Mr. Galgani stated that small businesses are facing the same challenges as residents facing eviction and sending forms to be completed by the landlords. OSPCD has shared information with small business owners, a quick memo outlining their rights and the process to make sure they are fully informed. They are fielding calls from a few tenants 1 or 2 weeks with complaints and working with 1 or 2 a week. So they're receiving 1 or 2 calls from tenants of businesses per week at this point, and they're trying to work with landlords. Small Business Assistance is using CDBG funds for $750,000 of assistance, and we'll hear more in the next few days, which can probably help about 100 businesses stay open during coronavirus. The feedback is some landlords are open and helpful, others are unable to keep businesses and have limited flexibility. And Mr. Galgani said he reached out with his information that if any businesses that anyone hears of to be directed to him. Mr. Galgani was asked how many small businesses are struggling and stated that the majority are struggling in some form. There are approximately 1,700 brick and mortar, with the vast majority of them struggling right now. Some businesses may choose to close down for the winter, with some being temporary and some permanently closed. We also talked about the mass eviction moratorium, and that Office of Housing Stability respond to that. And Inspectional Services was not there, but Ellen Schachner was able to field a lot of those questions and responses to that. She said that the moratorium has ended, and ongoing legislative activities trying to get extended moratorium. They're sending a printer final brochures about legal services and rental assistance, so that's about to go out to residents. If it hasn't yet, it will be happening very soon. The court issued new rules relating to mass eviction moratorium, had to be updated. It had to be, the translations had to be put on the website. So there's going to be flyering on the streets. City is also paying for banners about eviction and deciding the right location for where to place it. There's a lot of hiring of legal and non-legal positions for Cambridge and Somerville. There's also hiring of recruiting from statewide. Tenants do not have the technology. There are some tenants, according to Ellen Schachner, that do not have the technology to do Zoom hearings and cannot use city-run buildings for meetings. Ms. Schachner stated that she and Mr. Prowakis will be discussing the possibilities of finding a location for tenants to meet with legal and non-legal counsel, which could be in Assembly Square. She also stated that the city hired 4 contractors that speak multiple languages who start Monday, so they already started. The new hires will help. So get this, the new hires will help the 2 months of backlog, which is probably about 125 families. So the Office of Housing Stability has a 2-month backlog of 125 families, and that was at the end of October. Most of the funding sources now are taking people out of order with court summonses, and are at most at risk of displacement. Ms. Schachner is seeing an uptick with notices to quit, which are their priority. Councilor Ewan Campen heard confusing information about eviction ban has been lifted. And at the same time, Somerville from the sheriff will not execute residential evictions. Ellen Schachter pointed out that the city of Somerville has an order while COVID is considered in the city. No constable can remove anyone from their homes here in Somerville at this point. And if they do receive a notice to be removed, they should be calling Ellen Schachter immediately. And she gave her contact information on that. The next item, we have two more items. Let's see, we talked about the regional E911 call center, and Ms. Khushbu Weber from the mayor's office responded that she provided a brief update. Said in 2013, MAPC, the regional municipality agency, conducted a study on the 911 system. There's a report. She'll share that with us. We will need to ask about that because to-do list. Okay, so she's unsure of the next steps, and we're all just kind of talking about it. Instead, say that Medford decided to move forward with their own public safety building. At this point, there's not much discussion because one community has decided to develop their own system. She stated that Somerville is at phase 1 system and working to move into phase 2 system. The current system related to an issue that happened a couple of years ago, and the system could not find an individual. This system can now identify and use GPS to find individuals. Councilor Ewan Campen is interested in 911 system, stating that certain calls could go to armed police, mental health, or substance abuse. We go to other agencies. The larger conversation with the council on how the 911 system also relates to the administration's hiring racial and social justice positions. So it's still in the works. Councilor Ewan Campen stated that this is a detailed conversation that should happen after the hiring of the racial social justice position. Ms. Weber pointed out that as a follow-up, the person hired will be working to put together the Public Safety Building Committee. We'll have a discussion around the services. So stay tuned on that. Last on the agenda was that the Director of Personnel provide a written demographic breakdown of employees in the E911 Fire Alarm and Constituent Services Department. And here we are right now. Stick with me. So in this final agenda item for the night, this is the response. I do want to say that really, hold on. And I'd like to report this to the council because we took this out of, this is relating to the E911 calls and the demographic breakdown received from personnel about 311 E911 fire alarm staff by gender. So constituent services, that is 311, they are 77% female and 22% male, where E911 is 78% female and 21% female. Fire alarm is 0% female and 100% male. The reason why this is significant, as was brought up in last budget season, was the fact that there is quite a significant pay discrepancy between the different departments. And outside, and this is I did have a meeting with the mayor's office and the labor council, and to discuss this. The administration agrees that this is a problem and commits to working to fix the problem, and that the pay discrepancy is a subject of collective bargaining. For now, I am placated with that answer, but this will be brought up again in budgets in the next budget season. And so with all that information, I lay this before you, gentle council, for your approval. Thank you very much.
Councilor Strezzo submits the committee report, moves to submit the committee report as submitted. Seeing no discussion, this item is laid on the table for approval.
Item 31 is report of Committee on Land Use, which met on October 27th.
Mr. Clerk, one moment. We got about 70 items to go. It is midnight. We have 4 committee reports. Please, people, be quick. Next item.
Item number 31 is report of Committee on Land Use, which met on October 27th.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This meeting was focused nearly entirely on the affordable housing overlay. The committee now has a draft, which we will hear as a committee of the whole public hearing with the planning board this Thursday at 6 p.m. So I invite my colleagues to review the draft before this meeting and spread the word to all of your constituents. Maybe the best way to review it, if you go to somervillezoning.com, Dan Bartman presented the draft to the planning board at their most recent meeting, and you can view his presentation there if you want a sneak peek of what we will hear on Thursday. I ask that the committee report be accepted as submitted.
That was an excellent committee report, Councilor Ewan Campen. Any discussion? Seeing none, this committee report is laid on the table for approval.
Item number 32 is a report of the Committee on Legislative Matters, which met on October 29.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Legislative Matters met. We talked about a bunch of stuff. The report's really good, so read that. One thing I will point out is that this was our first batch of surveillance technology reports. So these are the specific surveillance technologies that the city uses and a description of how they are used. And so these will be, most if not all of these will be revised to some extent based on our discussion. There's another batch that's on tonight's agenda. And so I would encourage folks who are concerned or interested in this area to read these. This, pursuant to the ordinance, this is effectively a request to approve this use. And so the City Council it has before us these uses for us to approve or not. And so, there's a lot of detail in here. As I said, these will be also revised, so follow along. But particularly for my colleagues, but also for anyone in the public who has been following this effort, this is where we get to see what the administration is doing and decide if we're okay with that or not. So I wanted to just flag that. Otherwise, the report is thorough as always, and I request that I move that it be accepted as submitted.
Councilor Davis moves to accept the committee report as submitted. Seeing no discussion, this item is laid on the table for approval.
Item number 33 is a report of the Committee on Open Space, Environment, and Energy, which met on November 9th.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Thank you. So all members of the committee were in attendance. Just briefly, some of the highlights. We revisited the topic of LED lights. We also discussed 2 ordinances that are going to be in draft form: the Native Species Ordinance, the banning plastic flatware. We also had a discussion about trying to recapture the trees and green space that was lost after the decimation of the GLX forested corridor. The Urban Forest, PSAF department in OSPCD is actively negotiating with the MBTA on a strategy to green and restore the ecosystem along the GLX. We expect to get a report from them in the next 2 to 3 months. And for anybody who wants to make edits to the summer visions, OSPCD is still accepting comments. The report is detailed, it's online. I move to ask the council to accept the committee report as submitted.
Another great committee report. Councilor Ballantyne moves to accept the committee report as submitted. Seeing no discussion, this item is laid on the table for approval.
Item number 35 is a report of the Special Committee on Road and Issues, which met on October 27th.
Did we skip public health and safety?
Oh, shoot. Yes, we did. Item number
Can't miss
34
any
is
of these committee reports, Mr. Clerk. We got to read every one of them.
item 34 is report of Committee on Public Health and Public Safety, which met on October 26th.
Councilor Davis. Councilor Davis?
Can you hear me?
Again, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. At least my microphone's working. It's unfortunate that my video camera isn't working. I can tell you that it is your loss for sure. Perhaps I'll take a picture and post it later of what I look like at this hour. But I can tell you that the Committee on Public Health and Public Safety met. This was a regular committee meeting. We talked about a number of items that are quite important to me and to the committee that we wanted to get back to, given that we've been focused almost entirely on COVID for the past several months. And so we had lots of discussions. The report is comprehensive as always, and I request that it be accepted as submitted.
Councilor Davis moves to accept the committee report as submitted. Seeing no discussion, this item is laid on the table for approval.
Item 35 is report of Special Committee on Road and Issues, which met on October 27th.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the report be accepted
Still
as
on
submitted.
camera, Councilor Davis. This is how CNN anchors get in trouble. Councilor Ewan-Campen, I apologize.
Need a lampshade over his head.
Mr. President, I have the floor.
You do, I
Committee
apologize.
report. I'd like this committee report to be accepted as submitted, please.
All right, this committee report is laid on the table for approval. That's the best one of the night.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 36, which is a communication of the mayor. Request of the mayor requesting approval of attached amendments to the zoning ordinances to establish an affordable housing overlay district.
All right, this item will be referred to land use with a copy of the planning board.
Item number 37 is a request of the mayor requesting the appropriation of $7,129,550 from the unreserved fund balance to the COVID-19 stabilization fund to provide resources to fight the pandemic.
All right, Councilor Scott, are there any financial items that require a vote tonight, or can we refer them to committee?
No, Mr. President, I would request that you waive the reading of items 37 through, oh, there's a scroll, 37
60.
through 60, and refer those items to finance.
All right, Councilor Scott moves to waive the items up to number 60, refer them to finance. Those items are referred to finance.
Excuse me, Mr. President, number 38 and 39, didn't we already discuss those and lay them on the
they were
table?
already approved.
They're already approved. Mr. President, likewise, item 62, 62 and 63 could also be waived of readings and sent to finance. I only accept item 61 because I believe Councilor Rossetti may want to speak on it and act tonight.
Okay, Councilor Scott moves to waive the readings of items 62 and 63, refer them to finance. Seeing no discussion, refer to the finance committee. Now we go to 61.
Item 61 is a request of the mayor requesting approval of a waiver in annual license fees for certain business licenses.
If there's no discussion, any discussion, Councilor Rossetti?
I just want to thank the administration for following through on the request of the council. This was important for so many reasons, so I'm very gracious for it.
Okay, do you want to move to approve or should we refer it to committee?
Oh, no, we already talked about it. Let's prove it.
Okay, this item's laid on the table for approval. Councilor
That
Rossetti
brings
also
us-
moves to waive the readings of items number 64 to 66 and refer them to confirmation of appointments.
Very good. That brings us up to item number 67, which is communication from the Condominium Review Board submitting its fiscal year 2020 annual report.
This item is placed on file.
Number 68 is a communication from the city clerk responding to a board council item regarding discrepancies in the butter notifications and applications of various utility companies for grants of location.
All right, this item is placed on file with a copy sent to Public Utilities and Public Works. Laid on the table, placed on file.
Item 69 is a communication from the Director of Health and Human Services responding to a council item regarding current and potential services available to neighbors experiencing homelessness, mental illness, and addiction.
This item is laid on the table, placed on file with a copy to Public Health and Safety. Councilor White.
Yes, Mr. President, I move to waive the readings of items 70 through 82, so we waive all of their readings and approve all of them except for items 72, 73, and 74, which I would like to go to committee.
Okay. Did you get that, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. The items that the councilor requested are waived and approved for laid on the table for approval, and the other items are sent to licenses and permits.
That brings us to item 83, which is a communication from Tufts University submitting its fall 2020 University Accountability Report.
This item is placed on file with a copy to Housing Community Development.
And item 84 is a communication from Harvard submitting its fall 2020 University Accountability Report.
This item is placed on file with a copy to Housing Community Development.
Item 85 is communication from 5 citizens submitting comments about the conditions for special permits item, particularly with respect to LaCourte Realty.
Councilor Davis, did you have a comment on this, or are you doing another Zoom bomb? Oh, you're muted.
This is fun. My camera just turns on and off on its own.
Okay.
Hey guys.
Any discussion on
Still
this?
here. Just ignore me.
All right, Councilor Scott.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. I glanced away when we were in the lightning round here. Were the items for looking at items 72 through 74, were they referred to license and permits?
They were, right, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. President.
Councilor White.
Mr. President.
Yep, Councilor White.
Thank you. Just to alert Councilor Davis, I did have best interests in account, and I did have those referred to committee for further discussion. And then it's Councilor Scott. It's getting late. Anyway, those have been referred to committee, Councilor Scott, and we will have a discussion. Mr. President, while we're at it, there was a late item that was submitted by an individual with respect to one of those licenses for Herb Chambers. So I'd ask if that could be read and also referred to committee.
All right, Councilor White moves to take a late item out of order. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the late item?
Yes, Mr. President, this late item came in from Kenneth Waterman, who is submitting a complaint against Mercedes-Benz of Boston.
All right, this item is laid on the table for placed on file and referred to licenses and permits.
Very good.
Next item.
Item 85, was that placed on file, Mr. President?
Yes, laid on the table, placed on file.
That brings us then to item number...
Time. We're almost there.
That brings us to item number 88, which is a resolution submitted by Councilor Nedogang and Councilor Davis that the mayor submit a supplemental budget request to immediately add staff and funding to the mobility division for traffic calming and increase its staff and funding by at least 50% in fiscal year 22.
Councilor
Mr. President.
Valentine would like to sign on. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Councilor Davis.
Would it be possible? I know that Councilor Nedogang, as the lead sponsor, wants to speak on this, and I would as well. But I wondered if it would be, if without objection, if the clerk could read items 89 through 96, since they all are relevant and like them read, but we don't have to discuss them separately. We can discuss them all together if my colleagues would agree.
Okay. Any objections? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, can you please read the items that Councilor Davis described?
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 89 is a resolution submitted by Councilor Davis that the administration expand and maintain the use of bollards and other pedestrian safety measures citywide so they're replaced immediately as needed. And item number 90 is an order submitted by Councilor Davis, Director of Capital Projects, to revise the College Ave reconstruction plan to include additional safety measures for pedestrians at both perpendicular and parallel crossings. Item number 91 is an order by Councilor Davis, the Director of SBCD, update the Ward 6 Councilor on the overdue new equipment necessary to improve signal timing in Davis Square. 92 is an order by Alderman Councilor Davis that the Director of SBCD implement a traffic calming plan on Morrison Ave, including alternate parking to create chicanes. 93 is an order by Councilor Davis, the Director of SBCD, update the Ward 6 Councilor on plans to further improve pedestrian safety at the intersection of Willow Ave, Elm Street, and Beach Street, possibly with a center island and bump outs. Item 94 is an order by Councilor Davis, Strezzo, and Umbah that the Director of SVC and the Director of Parking implement traffic calming measures on Powder House Terrace. Item 95 is an order by Councilor Davis, the Director of SBCD, update the Ward 6 Councilor on previously discussed plans to reconfigure the Powder House traffic circle. And item 96 is an order by Councilor Davis, the Director of Parking, make sure a do not enter sign prohibiting left turns from College Avenue onto Kidder Avenue is visible to drivers on College Ave who might be considering such a turn. This is a third request.
All right, I
Thank
see
you,
a
Mr.
number
Clerk.
of people. Oh, real quick,
I'd
I
like
see a number of people asking to sign on. Let's just say the entire council signs on to all of these items, and Councilor Davis.
Thank you. I'll defer to Councilor Needagang, and I'd like to speak after him, please.
Councilor Needagang.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, before I forget, I'd like all these items to be referred to traffic and parking for discussion. You know, Councilor Davis has submitted a whole bunch of kind of long-standing, mostly long-standing items that have been discussed but not resolved, which is kind of the story of our traffic calming lives. I just want to focus on item 88, which I threw together, you know, after the tragedy that Councilor Davis spoke so eloquently about earlier, which we're all aware of, Leah Zalman being killed at Kidder and College Avenue. And, you know, it continues to be clear to me that the city needs to devote a lot more resources to traffic calming, or we're going to continue to have pedestrians killed, as we have had 4 over the last 2 years. After COVID, which is clearly much worse, pedestrian safety, in my opinion, is undoubtedly the public safety and public health emergency that the city faces. We know what needs to be done. We just need to deploy the resources to do it. And this was just a stab at what that might look like. I don't think it's terribly accurate. For example, it may be necessary to add staff in the engineering department in order to work on the roadway construction and not in mobility. So I don't intend this order to be exact and explicit, but I do think that something needs to be done as soon as possible and not wait till next year's, till the fiscal year 2022 budget. I did speak to the mayor last night about this, and he did make a commitment to get the staff together and come up with some kind of supplemental budget request for January, which I was pleased to hear. I hope that the council will support that when it comes. And he also did commit to increasing the budget significantly for traffic calming for next fiscal year. I'll just say one other thing, which is, you may recall that the administration had a pretty ambitious reorganization plan, which was presented to us early this year to create a Department of Transportation and also to invest significantly more money in traffic calming. And ultimately that was scrapped because of COVID, as were so many other budget increases. You know, I deeply regret that I did not speak out at that time and say, this is not something that we should scrap. This is something we need to do. We need to, you know, enhance our traffic calming capabilities, regardless of what's going on with COVID. You know, this is a public health and public safety emergency as well. So that being said, I will yield the floor to Councilor Davis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Davis. So get muted again. You gotta get control of that computer.
Sometimes I can't blame the technology. Sometimes it's just me forgetting to click the button. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilor Niedergang. Councilor Niedergang and I have been on the phone several times this week discussing this item, both sort of in our roles as ward councilors and also in his role as chair of the Committee on Traffic and Parking. I won't talk too long because it's so late, but I do want to take a few minutes because this is important. It's not as important as remembering the life of one of our neighbors that we did at the outset of this meeting yesterday. But we are here again in a situation where we are optically at least reacting to a horrible incident. And I'd almost love to say that, you know, we're just, I've put these, I don't know, 6 or 7 or 8 orders in reaction, but with the exception of the one specific to Powderhouse Terrace, I think every one of these issues has been the subject of a board order that I've put in over the last 5 years, however long I've been sitting in this chair. None of this is new. None of this is a surprise. None of this is, none of these risks and unsafe situations are things about which we did not already know. And I know that the folks in the administration genuinely want to do all of the right things just as much as we do. I don't question anybody's motivation, but we are failing to take action swiftly enough and put into place policies and processes that will, at the very minimum, be as much as we can reasonably do. At this particular intersection, and there's an investigation ongoing, and I recognize that we still don't know all of the details, at least I certainly don't, and there's more to be said about this, but we know that this was a driver taking a left turn off of College Avenue onto Kidder, and in the past there had been bollards there to slow that turn down. They disappeared, the little white plastic things, as they do. They always will, and as Director Rawson has told us, they're designed to do that. We know they're going to disappear, and they came back after this accident, after this incident. And that goes to one of my items of issues. You know, short of the big long-term reconstruction things, we need to do a better job of just the little interim things. And if it means having a truck with white plastic things driving around the city every day, we're talking about people's lives here. And so one of the challenges, you know, this intersection, one of my first board orders when I took office was about the crosswalk going across College, and some additional reflective material was put up, and a flashing sign was put up going the other direction. And you know, but that's still not enough. And in the Traffic and Parking Committee meeting last year, I think, or the year before, you know, in trying to get more done at this intersection and trying to get more done at the intersection of where Beach and Willow sort of cross Elm Street,
I said, you know, what is it? Is it going to take somebody dying at these before we actually get really serious about things being done? And in fairness, this intersection on College is slated for a complete rebuild, along with all of College Avenue and all of Holland Street, right? The administration is working towards making that entire stretch safer. We need to relook at that plan and make sure that we are doing everything we can. I don't think we are, and I think we need to do more in that plan. That's another one of these items. But we have to think long-term, and we have to think short-term as well, because we can't have this happening. We anticipated. I anticipated that something like this was going to happen. This is not the first time one of my constituents has been injured at this intersection, and that's just one intersection in Ward 6, and the Willow and Beach and Elm is another one. That one's really bad as well, and someone is going to be seriously injured there, if not worse, if we don't do more than we've already done. But they're all over the city. And so to the initial order and the request to take a more serious look at what we can do, as Councilor Niedergang said, other than COVID, I would add the substance abuse crisis in that category as well, of the most serious issues we're facing. When people are dying, we have to do everything we can, and we're just not. And I have lost so much sleep over the past week because it's been a year or so since I raised my voice about making improvements on this, because we had a plan, and in a year or so it's going to get better. And in the meantime, my constituents are at risk, and that's inexcusable. And we all have to find a way to, on a more regular basis, in both an interim and a long-term level, make this city safer for people. And the last thing I'll say is that on an even longer-term level, that means legislating for users of our public space that aren't in motor vehicles and cars specifically. I haven't been able to convince enough of my colleagues on some of the parking legislation and approaches to parking in the zoning that I perhaps might have, but I'm going to keep trying. We can't keep succumbing to the political pressure to prioritize cars. We've got to stop, and we have to take a different approach, and we need to lead on this, and we've led on other things, and we need to be braver about it. And I hope that you will join me in doing that. Thank you for indulging me, and I talked longer than I meant to and wanted to, so I apologize for that. Thank you, Mr. President. And I think Councilor Niedergang said if these could all go to traffic and parking, please.
Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to comment on Councilor Niedergang and about the 3 fatalities we've had. Last year, they were, I believe, all on state roads. So Mystic Ave, 2 on Mystic Ave and nearby. So we also have to challenge our state and also connect and collaborate continuously with our state delegation on how to make our roads safer, connected with the state-run streets, which we still need more safety and progress on. Thank you.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say I wholeheartedly support the orders. I did want to make a comment because I did have a long conversation with Councilor Niedergang the other day that as we're looking at, adding more resources to the request for more resources to item number 88, I would say that we really think about the infrastructure itself. So Alice Donovan died in February 2019. And Powder House has some fixes in it that are working. However, the plan had to be adjusted, I would say, because there weren't enough financial resources put into the infrastructure. I think staff is really important, but I think we have to be cognizant of really having a strong conversation of resources actually being put in the roadways. So thank you.
Councilor Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Councilor Davis even for, I should have even equally done it myself, for like even, you know, like for doing this, all this work behind the scene. I know that, you know, when usually like, first, thank you for putting this order that I requested. I really thank you. I just dislike the fact that, you know, we will continue to do design by disaster. Like it's one of the most painful thing, you know, in terms of like our roads. Yeah, it's really, it's frustrating. Even imagine 3 years ago that I was on the council, I put in, I brought almost every city councilor, like mostly they are large, you know, like on my street here, because this was the first thing that I promised my residents. They say it was very dangerous, but 3 years later, nothing. I think it's all about priorities, and I mean, how many more lives will be lost before we start talking about whether it's financially feasible? So I guess it's high time that we really, you know, start to reprioritize our resources in, you know, putting, you know, keeping our streets safe. So yeah, it's been a very sad and depressing. Even my neighbor was online, you know, tonight. Like she texted me that, you know, Leah was a very close friend of hers. She's on North Street there, and she was just watching to see what action the council would take. There's so many people that, you know, are waiting to see us take action, not just, you know, like speak here and speak and speak and speak, and then 1 year later, nothing is done, another person gets killed, and then we come again and spend, you know, sad moments talking about this stuff. Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
See no further discussion. These items are laid on the table for approval and referred to traffic and parking.
Mr. President, item number 98 is a request to the mayor requesting a transfer of $15,000 from the Executive Administration and Personal Services account to the Grants Development Personal Services account to cover an increase in hours for the part-time grant writer.
This item is referred to the Committee of Finance.
Item 99 is a request to the mayor.
Items numbered 99 to 100 and refer them to Finance.
Thank you.
Councilor Davis moves to waive the readings of items number 101 to where are we at? To 107 and refer them to the Legislative Matters Committee. Councilor Rossetti moves to waive the readings of items number 108 and 109 and refer them to confirmation of appointments.
Thank you. Item number 110 is a communication of the Director of DPW, Director of Administration and Finance, responding to a council item with respect to DPW expenses since fiscal year 2019.
This item is laid on the table, placed on file with the copy sent to Finance.
And item number 111 is communication issued by the Director of SPCD responding to a council item regarding public fields in the Innerbelt District.
Mr. President, could you refer that to open space, please?
Yes, indeed. This item is laid on the table, placed on file, and referred to Open Space, Environment, and Energy. Do we have any late
Mr.
items?
President, no, we do not, Mr. President.
All right. Roll call vote on all items that have been laid on the table, which is about 100 of them.
Yes, Mr. President. This motion will be a vote to approve item numbers 3, 4, 12 through 15, 17 through 23, 25, 27 as amended, 28 through 35, 61, 70, 71, 75 through 82, and 86 through 96, and place items 24, 26, 67 to 69, 83 to 85, 97, and 110 to 111 on file, and withdraw item 16.
Could you read that all again?
No, I cannot.
Roll call vote.
On that motion, Councilor Klingon,
Yes.
Councilor Mba,
Yes.
Councilor White,
We have to
Councilor
accept
White.
for any matters involving the Somerville Museum, which I have to recuse myself from.
Got it.
Can you
Thank
hear me, John?
Yes, I can. I
Hello?
marked the
Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you,
I can hear you, Bill.
and I have marked the recusal.
All righty, and you have recusal.
Got it. Councilor
Thank you.
Ballantyne,
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo,
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Scott,
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen,
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti,
Yes.
and Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of that motion, with the exception of Councilor White's recusal on the one item. Those items have been acted on as read.
All right, Councilor White would like to move all items individually for reconsideration in the hopes that reconsideration fails. Seeing no further discussion, any further discussion? Seeing none, Councilor Klingon moves to adjourn. Let's do a roll call on adjournment.
Is there a roll call vote on adjourning? Councilor Klingon,
Yes.
Councilor Mba,
Yes, please.
Councilor White,
Yes.
I'll record that as a yes.
Said yes.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne,
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo,
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Scott,
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Councilor Rossetti,
Yes.
and Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of adjournment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at 7 o'clock, I told everybody to be nicer to each other. It's 1 o'clock. I'm going to tell you all to shut up. We are adjourned.